Our original plans were to have this in person here in Rochester, Minnesota, but because of the pandemic, we quickly switched to this virtual format, which actually has allowed us to have attendees from all over the country. So we're very excited to welcome everyone to this seminar, and I hope that you get a lot of great information out of it. So we are very thankful to the Parkinson's Foundation as well. This has been supported through a grant that we received through them. And we will be doing this as a series. We'll be talking about that throughout the presentation, but we hope that you'll join us for all 3 of our virtual seminars that we will be having. This is the first one in November, the second one will be in March, and the third one in May. And all of those are thanks to the Parkinson's Foundation. So be sure after the seminar is over, we'll be giving you some resources, but tune into the Parkinson's Foundation website for so much great information to help you on your journey. We want to highlight some of our participants, especially the organizations that they will be representing, and then we'll be doing introductions before each person speaks. So ExercisAbilities is the main host of this seminar. We are making healthy, happy, and independent possible for everyone, and this is our mission. And we're excited to be a outpatient physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy as well. Overall rounded experience to help individuals that are recovering from complex conditions. And we have, especially Parkinson's disease is one of our specialties. We are a nonprofit, and we also bridge the gap to lifelong fitness and wellness, which is our main passion and why we are putting together this presentation for you today. We believe that wellness is not just about your medical journey, but also about many areas of wellness, which we'll speak to, that will help you to lead the most fulfilled life, the highest life level of quality of life, and achieve optimal health through your journey with Parkinson's disease. We also are joined by professionals from Mayo Clinic, the Movement Disorders Clinic. And Mayo Clinic here in Rochester is the original and largest Mayo Clinic campus. It's located in the heart of Rochester, Minnesota. At Mayo Clinic in Rochester, patients find world-class healthcare, a community built on Midwestern hospitality and the answers that they've been searching for. So we welcome both our physicians from the Movement Disorders Clinic at Mayo Clinic, as well as students and faculty from the Mayo Clinic Physical Therapy Program. In addition, we have someone joining us from the Elder Network. And the Elder Network was founded in 1988 in Rochester, Minnesota. Their mission is individuals impacted by the limiting effects of aging, to have an impact on optimal quality of life. They're a local 501c3 nonprofit, and they provide many services to seniors here in our area. And we're excited to welcome Holly Brown to our speaker panel. All right, so let's move on to some housekeeping things real quick. Bear with us. We are doing, this is our first seminar on the virtual format. And so I just wanted to check and make sure that everyone is on, and we're going to do a quick chat, making sure that anybody has any technical difficulties. So for those new to Zoom, across the bottom, there is a feature called chat. If you click on that, it will bring up a window along either the side or top of your computer, depending on where you're at. And there's an attendee choice at the top of that chat box. And at the bottom is where you can type your chat. So we do have your speakers turned off. We have your video turned off because we want to keep this seminar flowing so that everyone can hear the panelists. But at any time, if you're having any trouble that might be on our end, please do type a little chat to us. And Annie here in our office is also on helping out, and she or I will help answer your questions. So let's just do a little test to make sure our chat is working. So for those attendees that are joining us, can you just type in where you're joining us from? So just say hi from, so that we can get an idea of where everybody is tuning in from. So just do a little check, type in, and I see people coming up. Hi from Freeport, Minnesota. Hi from Diana from Florida. So welcome. Allison from Sterling, Illinois. Welcome. Judy from Amboy, Illinois. Midland, Michigan. Sunny but chilly. Hi, William. Sherry from Lake Worth, Florida. And Nancy joined us from Rochester. Thank you, one of our local people. Patty from Sterling, Illinois, Robin from Jacksonville, Florida. This is really exciting for us. You know, ExercisAbilities is only in Rochester, Minnesota. We're a very local company, and we're excited to have a national reach and bring this to people from all over. Allison from Rochelle, Illinois. Drive through there often on my way to visit family in Indiana. Carolyn from Jacksonville, Florida. So yeah, great. Thank you. It looks like our chat is working really well. So the other orientation is we're going to be using Q&A today. Our panelists, these are pretty quick introductions because we want it to flow really quickly for you, be really entertaining and exciting. We're going to go from one speaker to the other with 30-minute blocks. And so at the end of each of their talks, they're going to try to allow a little bit of time for 1 or 2 questions, maybe more if we can. And so we're going to use that Q&A. So the chat is really for more technical difficulties that you might be having, or just some little things that you might need to tell us. If you have questions for the panelists, anytime they come up, just click on the Q&A button, and then type your question. Myself as the moderator will be going through those questions and asking the panelists those questions for you. We may not get to each of them at the end of the panelist conversation. And so we will, at the end of the session, between hopefully around between 1 and 1:15, that will be our time to come back to some of those questions and answers. Not all, just with the virtual format, not all of our panelists will be tuning back in at 1 o'clock, but many of them will, and we will try to answer those questions at the end. We also do have your emails and your contacts, so we'll be sending you a summary of the questions with some answers on them after the talk. We'll be sending out resources and other things, so you'll be able to still receive some interaction after the talk is over. Another housekeeping thing, feel free if you do need to leave. We do not see your video, so you can leave and you can rejoin at any time by just re-clicking on that link. We tested it and hopefully that will work out just fine if you do need to leave and come back. But each of the topics are very exciting that we're going through today. Just housekeeping, I think I got everything. So as far as our talks today, we will be going through again from one to the other very quickly, so we hope for a quick transition. We'll be talking about balance today with Lisa Bailey, PT. We'll be talking about medical information related to the importance of exercise and wellness from Dr. Tipton from the Mayo Clinic. And some students from the Mayo Clinic School of Health Sciences Physical Therapy will be joining Lisa for the balance talk. Then we'll be rolling into a talk about nutrition, which is going to be really great, how to increase your fiber with Lori Bringman, one of our registered dietitians here at ExercisAbilities. And then Maria Service will be joining us for 2 different talks, which we're happy to have her. She's an occupational therapist. She'll be talking about stress reduction and emotional health, as well as home and community safety. So things that you need to know around your home if you're impacted by Parkinson's disease. And then at 11:30, we'll be having Holly Brown, as well as Chuck and Dory Johnson, who are living with Parkinson's disease in our community. And they will be talking about caregiver support and the importance of social health. And then finally, Rio Bentley will be joining us. She's a physical therapist, and we'll be talking a little bit more about exercise and evidence-based benefits of exercise and wellness. So with that said, if any of you want to queue up my quick little PowerPoint, I'll finish up my introduction, and then we'll move on to Dr. Tipton's talk. So just one moment, we'll queue that up. All right, and go on to slide 2. So, sorry, give her a moment. This is our test of our slides. Great. So wellness and our approach on wellness that we'll be talking through today through all of our presenters, our panelists. Wellness is more than what we might traditionally think of when we're diagnosed with a chronic condition such as Parkinson's disease. It becomes very quickly in our medical system, it becomes very quickly about medications, about tests and procedures, and about the label of a diagnosis. So at ExercisAbilities and in conjunction with our panelists, philosophy, as well as the Parkinson's Foundation, it's very important to look at your diagnosis and your disorder, your disease, the Parkinson's disease that you're living with, as something that can be attacked from many different areas. And with that, armed with many areas of wellness, we truly see that people live a much more optimal, healthy life with high quality. And we're going to be speaking to that today. And so our circle of health viewpoint at ExercisAbilities does often start with physical. That's where your medications come in. The importance of exercise is talked about, and it's something that we either embrace or don't embrace as a society. You know, there's really two polar viewpoints of exercise. And we'd love for you to leave this talk with understanding that exercise is something that we need to do, that we need to take on, and it can make a huge impact on your quality of life with Parkinson's disease. But there's so many other things that really lead to your wellness. Environment, what's going on in your home safety, the health of your environment, your social happiness, your social health. It's often forgotten because we get tied up in the physical part. And so it's really important to find some social connections, a local support group, start a local support group. It's really important to have that social connection. Mental health, emotional health, controlling stress, mental and emotional are very tied together. And so it's really important to make sure that you're living the best emotional health life. And then nutrition, often something that we think, oh, I should eat better, I should do better, and it needs to be right up front as far as something that you're putting ahead of many other things in your life as far as importance. It can make a really big difference in your quality of life to make sure that you understand nutrition and its impact on your life. And so, Annie, if you could go back to that slide that has the exercise, I think it's slide number 2. Just go back. Yeah. So we're going to lead into Dr. Tipton's talk. I'm going to give him a little bit of extra time because he has a really great talk, and I think you guys will have a lot of questions for him. So this whole talk, again, exercise is going to be a theme that you'll hear, but not the only thing. Many other areas that we'll be talking about today. Of course, I'm a physical therapist, and I think exercise is overlooked. So there's a saying out there that if we had a pill that contained all the benefits of exercise, and I'd like to also say, and throw in healthy living in there as well, like nutrition and emotional health and social health, it would be the most widely prescribed drug in the world. And I've always believed that, but I didn't really think about it until I saw this quote in a Time magazine article about the importance of exercise. So really, exercise is a medicine. Healthy living is a medicine. And so it's often something that we really start focusing on pills and start focusing on medicine, but we sometimes often forget that there are other things that will make our life well. And so physical activity alone can, at the correct intensity, so it's very important to have the correct evidence-based types of exercises for what is going on in your life, but it can reduce the risk of heart disease by 40%. It can lower the risk of stroke by 27%. It can reduce the incidence of diabetes by almost 50%. It reduces high blood pressure by 50%. The list goes on. It can reduce mortality and the risk of breast cancer by almost 50%. Other things like colon cancer as well. It also has been shown to reduce the development of Alzheimer's disease by 1/3 and can reduce depression, so that emotional health side, as effectively as behavioral therapy. And so we truly at ExercisAbilities, obviously it's our name, we truly believe in it, but also our other co-panelists at Mayo Clinic, the Elder Network, really believe in this holistic view on wellness and health. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today. And I'm really excited. Hopefully by the end of this session, you'll maybe have some things written down of some new plans that you might add to your living, your lifestyle, to help you improve your quality of life. And so let me introduce Dr. Tipton. So Dr. Tipton is an assistant professor of neurology and movement disorders. He's a fellow at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester. Dr. Tipton graduated summa cum laude from the University of Tennessee with an honors degree in biochemistry, cellular molecular biology. Following graduation, Dr. Tipton was a post-baccalaureate fellow at the National Institutes of Health and received his medical degree from East Tennessee State University. He completed a neurology residency at the Mayo Clinic in Florida and served as chief resident. After residency, he completed a behavioral neurology fellowship at Mayo Clinic, Florida, before beginning his current fellowship in movement disorders. Dr. Tipton's major clinical interest is neurodegenerative diseases. They include Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and many others. He's also the creator and co-host of Long Live the Brains, a podcast and YouTube channel intended to entertain and educate listeners about all things pertaining to neurodegenerative diseases. I hope you tell us a little bit more about that, Dr. Tipton, in your talk. Outside of medicine, Dr. Tipton is a husband, a father, and an avid St. Louis Cardinals and Green Bay Packer fan, which some of our those joining us from Southern Illinois might be excited about that. So Dr. Tipton, if you can go ahead and unmute and get started. We're excited to have you. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Melanie, and thank you everyone for organizing this. It was no small feat in the midst of this pandemic. And then also thanks for everyone that's joining. I was glad to see that there are some folks down from Florida, and I see a few of my patients are in the chat there. So it's great to see everyone joining us on this morning. So I am going to share my slides. Bear with me just a moment.
Annie will cue those up, Dr.
You've got them. Okay, pardon me.
Yep.
Okay, so you can bring up the first slide then.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, great. So if you'll go to the next slide. So as Melanie mentioned, this is a three-part seminar series, and so there's a lot to cover related to the medical information, the evidence that we have to support a relationship between exercise and Parkinson's disease. So rather than hitting everybody with everything in a 30-minute period, which I think is a little bit unrealistic, I opted to spread it out between the three. So what you're catching today, you won't see verbatim in March, and you won't see much again in May. We'll review a little bit of these because we understand some people can make it to some of these talks and may not be able to make them to all. But the lay of the land, or the timeline that I'm proposing, is today I'm going to introduce you to the nervous system. I'm going to talk about the concept of neurodegeneration. And then I'll show you some evidence, first I'll talk about how we study exercise as it pertains to neurodegeneration. And then lastly, I'm going to present to you the animal data. So today I'm not going to give you any data on what exercise does in humans. It's all going to be thanks to our rodent models, and I'll tell you what that is in a moment. But if you want the human data, you've got to come back in March. Because that's going to dovetail nicely with what I talk about today. And then in May, we'll kind of review everything sort of in rapid form and then put it all into practice on how you can use it to improve improve the disease, slow things down. So hopefully everyone's got a cup of coffee because some of this gets a little bit dense. I've got mine. So without further delay, let's go on to the next slide. So first, I want to introduce you to the nervous system. I'm sure many of you, this may be a review, but I want to make sure everyone's on the same page before we move further, because I will use some jargon and I want to make sure everyone knows what I'm referring to. Next slide. And I apologize to the person that's advancing the slides because this slide has several pieces to it. So if you just want to kind of slowly move through it, that's perfectly fine. So in my world, I'm viewing the brain through neuroimaging. And this is an MRI scan of the brain. And hold off before you advance it too much further. This is an MRI scan of the brain. And I zoomed in on one of my favorite areas called the hippocampus. And the hippocampus is an area that's very important for learning and memory. And in fact, in patients with Alzheimer's disease, that area is small. It's atrophied is the word that we use for it. And so I want to just zoom in a bit on the hippocampus to introduce you to the structure of the nervous system. And so this nice colorful pink, green, and blue image is what the hippocampus looks like under a microscope. And I think it looks a little bit like a honey bun on the MRI, less like a honey bun once you start to look at the cellular structure. And I should let you know, your cells aren't neon pink, neon green, and blue. These are certain dyes that we use to help us visualize the nervous system better. So if we zoom in a little bit further, let's take a look at what those cells look like. You can advance it. So this is an image of or actually a few of those cells. I don't have the cursor control here, but you can see the sort of pink-red blobs. Those are the cell bodies. So that's where a lot of the processes that keep the cell alive are occurring. But you'll notice that projecting out from each one of those cells, there are these wire-like projections. And they're not smooth like a cable that we might see, but they're studded, and those studs are actually very important. And so we're going to zoom in just a little bit more on those studs so I can show you what we're talking about. Next. So this is a very high magnification of an image, and you can see a bunch of little dots, those studs. And if we zoom in even further, as far as we have the technology to go, you'll see an electron micrograph of what those studs look like. And they're actually the sites where neurons or brain cells communicate with each other. The word we use for this is the synapse. And so towards the top of the black and white image, you can see a sort of a large structure filled with lots of little circles. And those circles are actually vesicles is the word we use for them, that are containing various chemicals. Various neurotransmitters is the word we use for that. And so when an electrical current is traveling along these wire-like projections, which is the way information gets from one part of the brain to the next, it goes all the way to the end, to this terminal where these vesicles containing neurotransmitters are located. And it causes that presynaptic, so before the synapse, presynaptic neuron to dump out those vesicles, to release the vesicles so that the neurotransmitter, the chemical, can then be released into that space between that presynaptic neuron and the postsynaptic neuron, or the postsynaptic neuron is kind of the receiver, all right? And so it works much like a pitcher to a catcher throwing a baseball, and then and the baseball being the chemical or the neurotransmitters, and then it gets into the baseball mitt, which is a receptor. And so those receptors are on the postsynaptic neuron. So all throughout the brain, we have this constant electrical signal that then causes chemicals to be dumped so that we get to the next neuron, and so we have electricity passing through. So it's electricity, chemicals, all throughout the brain. And this makes for the most elaborate electrical circuit known to man. And just to put it into more context, or give you an idea of the magnitude of this system, it's estimated that in the human brain we have 86 billion neurons. That's billion with a B. But these connections we're estimated to have over 1,000 trillion connections. So just think back to your high school physics courses or whatever when you were playing with electrical circuits and you had a few wires and you could make things pretty complicated. Well, imagine if you had over 1,000 trillion connections. The possibilities of the function that can arise from that circuit are really endless, and that's why we as humans are able to function the way that we do. We're able to think, we're able to move, we're able to feel. Our personality lies in the brain. So it's truly an incredible circuit. And so understanding just a little bit of this is critical to understanding many of the studies that we use to see how we can affect the system or how the system goes awry. Next slide. So now that you know what neurons are, the brain cells, and how they communicate, let's talk about what happens when the system goes awry. And I'm specifically going to talk about neurodegeneration. This is a talk to an audience primarily battling Parkinson's disease, and Parkinson's disease is a neurodegenerative disease. Next slide. Now, I oftentimes will say that different neurodegenerative diseases have different flavors, but they also have different faces. And so you may recognize some of these faces here. Each of these men have a different neurodegenerative disease or had a different neurodegenerative disease. Up in the top left is Robin Williams. And if we were doing this in person pre-COVID, I would quiz everyone to see if you know what neurodegenerative diseases these folks had. But nevertheless, we do what we can. So Robin Williams had a disease called dementia with Lewy bodies. Some of you may recognize Dudley Moore in the top right-hand corner. He had a disease called progressive supranuclear palsy. In the bottom left, some of you may recognize Ozzy Osbourne, who's been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And in the bottom right, it's Ted Turner. Is diagnosed with a form of aphasia, primary progressive aphasia. And I mentioned these different neurodegenerative diseases because they're all the underlying sort of thing that's happening within the brain is that brain cells are dying. So that's really the concept of neurodegeneration. But depending on where in the brain the cells are dying, could be the hippocampus, like the area that I told you earlier, such as the cases in Alzheimer's disease. But depending on that area, it dictates your symptoms. And so in Parkinson's disease, for instance, the hippocampus is relatively spared, and it's a different area of the brain that's primarily affected. Next slide. So many of you may recognize Muhammad Ali, his heyday. There's a picture from his heyday sort of in the middle there where he's just knocked out an individual, a world-class boxer. But if any of you remember the 1996 Olympic Games, which were hosted in Atlanta, he was the final torchbearer. And if you see the image in the bottom left-hand corner, his facial expression looks much different than it did when he was boxing. And that's because he was dealing with Parkinson's disease. And it's a little hard to tell in this picture, but his left hand is also a little bit blurry in this image. And if any of you actually watched this ceremony, you'll remember that he had a very significant resting tremor in his left hand as he was trying to light the torch. So as I mentioned earlier, neurodegeneration, it's all about where the brain cells are degenerating or dying. Alzheimer's disease, maybe the hippocampus or other areas. In Parkinson's disease, there's an area of the brain that we devote a substantial amount of energy to, and that's an area called the substantia nigra. So in the top left image, you can see something says midbrain. I have an arrow pointing to the area called substantia nigra, nigra meaning black, and you can tell that area is black. And this is what it looks like if you were to look at a brain of an individual, not even under a microscope. This is what it looks like. However, on the counterpart slice through a midbrain on the right side, you'll notice that same area is not as bright, or excuse me, is not as dark. And that's because there is some kind of process going on there, a neurodegenerative process. Now, the substantia nigra is a pretty important area. Some of you that are professionals, as I like to say, in dealing with Parkinson's disease, and that refers to patients and their caregivers. You may know that the neurotransmitter, the chemical that's really kind of thought to be the main player, is dopamine. And it just so happens that the cells within the substantia nigra are where the dopamine is produced, or one of the areas. And so when those cells are degenerated, the effect is that we have lower levels of dopamine within the brain. What's dopamine important for? Well, dopamine helps us to move. If you have low amounts of dopamine, everything gets really soft, your movements get slow, your movements get small, your voice gets soft, your handwriting may get small, you may have a little bit of a resting tremor. But if you have lots of dopamine, then you're moving around, maybe even ways that you don't want to move around. But if you've got a normal amount of dopamine, you're looking normal to everybody. People aren't going to notice anything different with you. So I already said that looking here, the substantia nigra, just looking at it, if you were to look at someone's brain after they're done using it, we can see that change. But if we put this under the microscope, we learn a little bit more about this disease. We learn that there are things that you can see in the top right-hand image. There's a big sort of orange, brownish, copper-colored thing. That's called a Lewy body. Now, a Lewy body, you may remember back, I was talking about a disease called dementia with Lewy bodies that Robin Williams had. Lewy bodies are also present in the brains of individuals with Parkinson's disease. And it's just that they're in a different area of the brain. They propagate in sort of a different manner so that we have different diseases that can have Lewy bodies in the brain. So these Lewy bodies consist of abnormally formed proteins. It's a protein called alpha-synuclein. And so sometimes Parkinson's disease is referred to as an alpha-synucleinopathy. And that just means there's a problem with the protein called alpha-synuclein. This is a normally occurring protein. We all have it, but in Parkinson's disease and other synucleinopathies, there's something that causes a change to the configuration of the protein such that it becomes, one, sticky and aggregates, forming kind of garbage in your cells, and two, the protein's no longer able to carry out the function that it was meant to carry out. So the end effect is that neurons that are that contain Lewy bodies end up dying, and that leads to the neurodegenerative process. Next slide. So if anyone has ever seen one of my talks, I usually start out with a few depressing slides with the hope of uplifting everyone before we adjourn. And so this is my depressing slide for the talk. So I'm showing, this was published actually this year, and it shows the economic burden of Parkinson's disease in the United States alone. And this pie chart really shows the distribution, and so you don't have to add up these numbers. I've added them down below, and it's a pretty large number. It's nearly $52 billion. Now, here's the kicker. That was $52 billion in 1 year. That was the year 2017. And you'll see that in the pie chart, these numbers come from a variety of things. Disability income is one, direct medical is the biggest piece of the pie, but there are lots of aspects that are attributed to Parkinson's disease that result in a significant economic burden on our country and obviously the world too, but this paper was just about the United States. So if you'll hit the next slide, I want to show you these numbers were based on a population of Parkinson's disease patients. In 2017, it was estimated that we had 1.04 million patients in 2017. So what does the future look like for Parkinson's disease in our country? If you'll click, I think maybe once. So moving forward, the estimates all the way out to 2037 suggests that we're going to have a significant increase in the prevalence of Parkinson's disease in our country, going up to 1.64 million. So one can only assume that this $52 billion annual expenditure for our country is going to significantly increase, and I would argue at a rate that's just not sustainable. So we need to find things that we can do to help patients with Parkinson's disease. Not only for the individual, but also for our economy as well. Next slide. So that brings me to what we can do. And many people have tried to study the effect of exercise on neurodegeneration. And so I'm going to spend the remainder of the talk talking about the evidence that we have in animal models for exercise and neurodegeneration. Next slide. So I've had the question asked to me a lot, does exercise help Parkinson's disease? And if you think about it, that's a pretty honest, genuine question, but there's a lot to that question. There are actually a lot of questions built in within that question. And so when I broke it down in my mind, I thought, well, perhaps what we really want to know is, one, does exercise prevent Parkinson's disease? Seems like a pretty honest question too. However, there are lots of elements to that too. How early in life would we have to start exercising to prevent Parkinson's disease? What type of exercise is the best? And what about exercise slowing the progression of Parkinson's disease? Again, if it does, what type of exercise should we do? And which symptoms of Parkinson's disease are slowed? I mentioned some muscle slowness and resting tremor, but there's also muscle stiffness we call rigidity. Many patients deal with constipation and depression, difficulty sleeping, and there's a whole litany of even non-motor symptoms related to Parkinson's disease. So which ones are more responsive to exercise? And if all that's true, how does it do it? Are we replacing those brain cells that we know are degenerating in Parkinson's disease and other neurodegenerative diseases? What about exercise preventing Parkinson's disease related cognitive decline? We do know that typically later in the disease, cognition can begin to decline. So is there something that we can do to kind of head it off at the pass? And then we also have to consider, even if exercise affects the disease itself, good or bad, there may also be secondary benefits. We know that if you're a couch potato and don't exercise at all, we're going to get deconditioned. Our muscles will become atrophied. And so even if the hardware, our arms, our legs, even if the brain is sending the signals that tell our body what to do, if the hardware is deconditioned, we can't do it. So it makes sense that if we can condition our muscles, that might help secondarily, completely independent from a neurodegenerative process. And then also we know that exercise helps to prevent us from having strokes and heart attacks. So that's obviously a good thing that we have to consider as a secondary benefit. So let's dig into some of these things in a bit more detail. Next slide. So those questions that I mentioned earlier, some of them may not seem all that pertinent, but I think one thing that we have to consider is what is happening in a neurodegenerative disease. Now, Alzheimer's disease is a huge issue in our country and in the world, and we know a lot about it. And so I'm going to show just one slide on Alzheimer's disease just to kind of paint a picture for how we understand neurodegenerative processes like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease to work. Okay, so contrary or different from Parkinson's disease, which is related to synuclein, abnormal alpha-synuclein, Alzheimer's disease is characterized by problems with two proteins. One is called tau and the other is called amyloid beta. And we know from studies that have been performed at the Mayo Clinic and other areas or other institutions that if you look in the brains of individuals with Alzheimer's disease, or actually asymptomatic, those that haven't developed symptoms, there appear to be amyloid depositions 10 to 20 years before the onset of symptoms. And so if you look at this chart, the red line indicates when things start to become abnormal. That's amyloid beta. And so that's very far to the left. As we start to move to the right, that second protein, tau, then begins to take off. But notice what hasn't taken off yet is any change in brain structure. You'll recall back to one of my first slides, we look for changes in the hippocampus, that honey bun-like structure. That doesn't happen yet. And then even when that starts to happen, you may not even have symptoms yet. Memory doesn't start to take off until later, and then full-blown dementia doesn't start to take off until even later. And so considering the fact that there seems to be, or there is, a process that initiates 10 to 20 years before there's even a whiff of symptoms, perhaps there's a long window in which we can intervene to either halt the process altogether, prevent it from ever happening, symptoms from ever happening, or at least slow it significantly so that maybe it never even becomes a problem either. So these are things that we have to consider when we're trying to answer the question, does exercise help Parkinson's disease? Because Parkinson's is a similar disease in that there is undoubtedly a process going on in the brain long before the person ever begins to experience symptoms. Next slide. So the majority of what I'm going to talk about today and in the next few sessions were elegantly summarized by one of my mentors here at Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Dr. Eric Alskog, who is a world expert in Parkinson's disease and literally wrote the book on Parkinson's disease. This is just a paper that he wrote in 2017 that was published in the Mayo Clinic Proceedings. And so I'm going to use a lot of the things that he has talked about to lay out an argument or a case for exercise in Parkinson's disease. Next slide. And you'll notice that throughout my slides, I'll have references to these scientific publications at the bottom of the slide for your reference, so you can screenshot it, or if you're not able to get it as we're going through the show, or the slides rather, feel free to contact us and we can get you those references. So when we want to study exercise in neurodegeneration, we have to consider that there are many hurdles. So how do we answer the question? We have to consider level of evidence. Now, I'm sure you've all had some kind of medical illness, whether it's a common cold or even your Parkinson's disease, and you've found yourself sitting at a table, maybe at a coffee shop in the pre-COVID era, or maybe it's at Thanksgiving and you're having dinner with your family, and someone says, "Oh, you know what, you need to do this because I've got this friend and they did this and it helped them a lot." So that's the lowest level of evidence. That's anecdotal evidence. It doesn't entertain the idea that there can be just coincidence. It doesn't entertain the idea that association does not necessarily mean causation. And what I mean by that is just because two things occur at roughly the same time, it doesn't mean that one caused the other. So there are a lot of factors that we have to know that we just don't know when it comes to anecdotal evidence. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have things called randomized controlled trials, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And these provide the highest level of evidence when we're trying to answer a question. Usually, if we have some sort of treatment, what we do is we get a population of patients that we think are representative of the whole population of whatever disease we're talking about. That means we've got roughly equal amounts of men and women, different ethnicities, different socioeconomic backgrounds. As far as other medical issues, what we call comorbidities, they're roughly the same. And then that population gets randomized. So a computer will randomize them. It's kind of like a lottery almost. And you either get randomized to a control group, where basically you don't get the treatment of interest, or you get randomized to the treatment group. So the treatment group might be getting a drug, and the control group might be getting a placebo. and nobody knows. So that means the patients don't know. That means that the patient's physician doesn't know. That means that the study coordinators don't know. And all of that is not unrevealed until the study comes to completion. So that's how we can control out for many of the things that we just can't with anecdotal evidence. And there are many other types of studies that fall in between the range of anecdotal evidence to randomized controlled trials. So the hard thing is, so obviously the answer would be, let's do a randomized controlled trial about exercise with Parkinson's disease. And it sounds simple enough. However, there are lots of nuances to that make it incredibly difficult to do with any kind of accuracy. One is that Parkinson's disease is a slow disease. It's slowly progressive. So how long do we wait? Also, there are biomarkers are lacking. So what are biomarkers? So being able to look at those Lewy bodies in the brains of Parkinson's patients with Parkinson's disease, we can't do that until they're done using their brain. So we don't have a way of doing that right now to measure an actual progression of the disease. The way that we measure progression of the disease is changes in symptoms. So is someone's resting tremor better? Is their rigidity or their muscle slowness better? So we really don't have objective markers to say, yes, this is working, or no, this isn't working. And then there's something else that has become somewhat of a buzzword, especially in the past year, is bias. We have many different kinds of biases. And there's nothing inherently wrong with bias. We just have to recognize that bias exists. And one particular bias that's pertinent is reporting bias. So, if you were to develop a trial and said, okay, for exercise in Parkinson's disease, and we say, okay, we want you to do this exercise regimen, and you're going to do it at home or on your own, and then come back to us and let us know that you did it. I personally would feel pretty compelled to say, yeah, I did it, even if maybe I slacked off a little bit. And so we have to understand that reporting bias is something that can interfere with our trial results as well. And then lastly, this is just the unfortunate truth of the matter, is that exercise is not very profitable to folks. And, it's not a new blockbuster medication. And so there's virtually zero financial incentive to do a large trial on exercise, and so that makes it more difficult as well. Doesn't mean that we're not doing it, but it does make it more difficult. Next slide, please. So I told you that today we're going to focus on animal studies, and I'm not going to do too many studies. I just want to hit some high points, but there's a litany of evidence on the benefits of exercise that we've learned from various rodents, rats, and mice. So you can go to the next slide. Thank you. I want to introduce a concept called neuroplasticity. All neuroplasticity is that, and actually I came up with this, I made this definition, I think it's pretty good. It's the ability for neural networks to change to suit the needs of the individual. That's pretty much it. So that means all those connections, think about the connections I told you earlier about, the synapses. We can, one, turn those synapses into bigger synapses. And I use the analogy of taking a dirt road and turning it into a paved road. Or we can create new connections, much more extensive connections that help us to accomplish whatever function we're trying to accomplish. Okay, so the nervous system is what we call plastic, and that just means it can change to suit the needs of the individual. Next slide. Now that's important for studying exercise and Parkinson's disease. So this is a study, an image from a study that was done a little less than a decade ago, and we were testing mouse memory. How do we do that? So we put mice in a maze and see if they can learn it and remember how to work the maze. And we can do different things, perhaps exercise them, and that's what we do. We'll put mice on a treadmill for a pre-specified regimen, and then subject them to the maze. Now, the image in the bottom right is comparing mice that were not exercised and those that were exercised. On the left, let me orient you to this a little bit. Basically, this is called a water maze. And so the mouse is swimming and they're trying to get to a platform, which is that dashed circle in the top left quadrant. And so you can see that all the green means that the mouse was all over the place. They just couldn't find the platform. They didn't spend as much time on the platform. But if you look on the right, in mice that exercised, they spent much less time in the areas where they didn't need to be. Most of their time was spent at the platform. And so the conclusion from this is that exercise helped the spatial memory or object recognition in mice. So let's talk about why this might be. Next slide. Neuroplasticity is thought to be the answer. So in general, we don't think that we can create new neurons, except for perhaps one area of the brain. And that's in the area called the hippocampus that I showed you earlier. And so I apologize that these images are a little bit small. It's okay. It's not worth digging into the nitty-gritty on. But basically, what this study showed is that in rodents that exercised, they had long-term running exercise, they were able to, there were increased cells being formed in the hippocampus. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Looking at a more close to home, a mouse model of Parkinson's disease actually showed that we can increase the number of those synaptic connections in mice that exercised. So we actually can look under the microscope and see there were indeed more synaptic connections, and these were also in the circuits that are involved in Parkinson's disease. So very pertinent to the disease. And then let's go to the next slide. This is a different mouse model of Parkinson's disease, and this shows that in mice that had what the authors called compulsive treadmill exercise, which was 5 days per week, 30 minutes per day, 11 meters per minute. Now these are mice, remember. We found that in that substantia nigra, the area of the brain that produces dopamine, the dopamine production was decreased when they were exposed to this 6-OHDA, and you can see that there's less staining, so it's lighter. Dopamine was decreased with that, but then when they exercised, dopamine was increased again. So why do we think that is? Well, in the bottom graph there, we can see that there were increased levels of two chemicals, and this is basically the last slide. Two chemicals, BDNF and GDNF. These are like fertilizer for our brain to form new connections. And so all of this is coming together to show we've got neurotrophic factors that help make new connections. We're seeing those new connections. There's more dopamine, and memory is even improved on tasks that mice do as well. Next slide. Oh, okay. So for the human piece, I hope that everyone will join me in March and we can start to see where some of the rubber kind of meets the road. All right, do we have time for a few questions?
We do have time for a few questions, and so I'm going to ask the attendees if you want to click on that Q&A. We have about 4 minutes. This is a great opportunity to ask Mayo Clinic experts, physician, any questions that might come up, and it would be great if they were associated with this talk today. But you know, I'm certain he's open to answering questions that are relatively around that topic. So I, at the moment, am not seeing any questions in the queue. If you are having any difficulties entering your questions, you can definitely put them in the chat. All right, so in the chat, I have Sherry asking, can Parkinson's disease patients have too much dopamine?
They can. So if you'll remember to what I said early, if you have low dopamine, everything gets small and soft. If you have too much dopamine, then you have extra movements. And so I sort of hate to use this example, but everyone knows it, is sometimes you'll see Michael J. Fox will have some of those sort of wiggly movements. And that's something we call dyskinesias, and it's usually an indicator of excess dopamine. Good question.
Great. A follow-up question to that comes to my mind is then if exercise is increasing some of that, do we know if exercise is, I mean, I hate to say this, but potentially bad for individuals that have that?
No, I don't think it is. So one thing that I didn't really dig into with the slides because I spent too much time talking on the first few slides, but is that in those disease models of those rodent models of Parkinson's disease, um, it seems like our dopamine levels, our dopamine connections, they take a hit when it becomes a Parkinson's disease model, and then exercise brings it back up somewhere from where it was to as close to normal as possible. It doesn't bring it beyond normal. It's not supra normal. And so I don't, from that standpoint, from the standpoint of what it does to dopamine, I don't think we have any evidence to suggest that it would have a detriment.
Yeah, great. So Alfred and Suanne are asking, it's a really big question, and I might have them chat maybe a little bit more about their question, because their question is, what does current research say about controlling Parkinson's disease? Which I know is a really big question. So I wonder if you guys have a specific topic that you're wondering about, because I'm sure Dr. Tipton could talk for hours about that
Yeah, would
question.
love to.
Um,
So I think medication is oftentimes what individuals are asking about when it comes to Parkinson's disease. And really, the oldest medication that we use is carbidopa slash levodopa. Levodopa is one biochemical step away from dopamine. So it's filling up those dopamine tanks that are empty or low in Parkinson's disease. It's the most effective medication that we have, and it's also the best tolerated medication that we have, and it's also the easiest to use medication that we have. So we kind of hit the trifecta there. So as far as medications go, that's the best one to use.
Great. And so we're going to move on to the next speaker in just a moment, but just something to think about for your talk in March to connect on. John was wondering the question about, is there a genetic element with Parkinson's disease, which again is, I think, a pretty broad topic for 30 seconds. So just maybe something that you can think about in your talk in March.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for the question, John.
That genetic element.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So thank you so much, Dr. Tipton and the Mayo Clinic Movement Disorders Clinic for that information, and we look forward to your talk in March.
Thanks for having me, Melanie, and thank you everyone for attending.
Great. And so we're going to move on now to our next topic on our schedule, which is balance. So a really big, really great topic on how we can do work on improving our balance. So Lisa Bailey is joining us. She's a physical therapist at ExercisAbilities. She's been with us for over 8 years, working with a wide variety of neurologic, general orthopedic, and chronic pain clients. She also works really closely with the geriatric care population, so very closely with Parkinson's disease, and also is one of our aquatic specialists, so does pool therapy as well. She also is our on-site student clinical coordinator, loves working with students and to be a clinical instructor for students for physical therapy and physical therapy assistant schools. She also, in this current, for the current workshop, Lisa is serving as a faculty clinical instructor for an in-service community learning project, service learning project with the students at Mayo Clinic. And so we will also be joined, the talk is helped out by Chris Lee, who's a second year physical therapy student at Mayo Clinic, Crystal Corrett, who is a second year. This is the Doctor of Physical Therapy program at Mayo Clinic, and also Nate Fremstad, who's a second year student, and Sean Tomaz. Sean Tomaz also joining us from the physical therapy school. And so welcome Lisa and all the students, and I know they're one of their faculty, Aaron Reinflesch is also listening in, so thank you, and we will let you guys go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you, Melanie. And just to say that I'm excited to be part of this today. I'm so thankful that we're able to provide you guys with some information on balance and mobility in the setting of Parkinson's disease. As Melanie mentioned, I'm very thankful to have the assistance of some Mayo Clinic students who have collaborated, and we've worked together to pull together what we think is some vital information to help you and your families wherever you're at on your journey with Parkinson's disease. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to our first student who's going to help with our presentation, Nate, again on our discussion of fall prevention in the setting of Parkinson's disease.
All right. Hi, everyone. First off, I just want to take the opportunity to thank you all for letting us be here today. This is a great experience for each one of us as students, and I just want to thank ExercisAbilities for this opportunity and Lisa to mentor us through this process. So next slide, please. So today, this is going to cover our outline. We're just going to talk about what is a fall. We're going to talk about the statistics that surround falls within Parkinson's disease. We will talk about if a fall prevention program actually helps. And then Crystal is going to take the opportunity to talk about strategies, tips, and treatments to prevent falls. And Chris will highlight common tools used on site. Then at the end, if we have time or in a future session, Sean will talk about walking sticks and how utilize the literature review to support them. Next slide, please. So first off, what is a fall? One of the disconnects between clinicians and patients is not truly understanding what a fall is. This is important because it can impact our outcome measures and evaluation, understanding the severity of your current condition as a patient, and our ability overall as a clinician to provide the best care and support possible. So 3 things that I do want to highlight is, yes, a fall is any time that you can come in contact with the ground or you are found lying on the ground and you don't remember necessarily how you got there. So, but the thing that can be a little confusing at times as clinicians, we also include that anytime that you have a trip or you lose your balance and you grab a hold of a surface that's lower, such as the wall, a handle, to gather your support, we also consider this as a fall. So the next time that you go in to see a physical therapist or a doctor and they ask you a history of a fall and you don't remember actually coming in contact with the ground, but the other day you were walking down the hallway, you lost your balance and you put your hand on the wall to regain balance, that would technically also include a fall. So we just want to clear that up on what a fall actually, what we consider a fall. So next slide, please. So before we get too in depth, I just want to highlight some key notes on why fall prevention is important. So first thing, about 1/4 of individuals within their first year of being diagnosed with Parkinson's disease experience a fall. And this is much higher than previously anticipated. But after that first year, in the following years, approximately 50% of individuals or more experience a fall. So there's a large amount of individuals who have Parkinson's disease that fall on an annual basis. Moving on to our third bullet here, about 1/4 of falls that do occur, about 1/3 of those will end up resulting in a fracture. And upon developing a fracture, this can lead to more decline in activity and eventually lead to a larger mortality rate for individuals who experience a fracture. And then last thing, money, as Dr. Tipton talked about earlier, does have a large impact. And so a fall prevention program can actually save money. So one study that I found saved people within New Zealand $432. So this is equivalent about $300 US per fall that is prevented or more. Next slide, please. So I just highlighted that about 50% of individuals with Parkinson's disease experience a fall, and nearly of those individuals who have a fall, 50% of those will fall more than one time a year. A lot of these risk factors include a freezing of gait, cognitive impairment, a leaning balance. They have a fear of falling. They're have a lower limb weakness, a slower gait speed. Some other indicators or risk factors could be a cluttered environment at the home, walking on uneven surfaces. So these are all factors that can lead to a fall. And then for our last bullet here, one thing I wanted to highlight was that those with Parkinson's disease can have be diagnosed into two different subgroups, one with postural instability and gait instability, and one without. So this can be determined by the Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale, which normally neurologists will conduct. And so I found a study that highlighted 103 individuals, and of these 103, 46 were put in that non-PIG, or sorry, that non-postural instability, gait instability group, and the other 67 were put within that group. And what they found that all these individuals there was 2,043 falls within a 1-year period out of these 103 individuals. And they determined that 94% of the reported falls were those individuals within that postural instability, gait instability group, and only 6% of reported falls within that non-PIGD group. So I just wanted to highlight that if you know what category you're in based off a Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale, it can just be a larger indicator on what causes falls. Another interesting note from that study is that they divided their falls into 3 different categories, one based off freezing of gait, one related to just balance related, so slipping, tripping on uneven surfaces, and the other one related to falls within the home. And the largest category was that freezing of gait, which is more related to that PIGD group. Next slide, please. Okay, so lastly, the big question here, will a fall prevention program help? And unfortunately, the answer is it depends. So Dr. Tipton just talked about how exercise can have a large impact on Parkinson's disease overall, and we'll highlight this in future sessions even more. But specifically, a fall prevention program, it depends, because the issue here is it depends on what stage of Parkinson's disease you're in. There are 5 different stages of PD, and I'm not going to talk about what each individual stage is, but it's essentially the early stages and the late stages and how the disease has progressed over time. So those within the stage 1, 2, and 3, if you participate within a fall prevention program, yes, it will help. But those in the later stage, there is no statistical relevance that a fall prevention program will help, just due to the progression of the disease and not being able to reduce some of those impacts. So the key point here is immediately upon being diagnosed with PD or even prior, exercise and fall prevention programs can have a large benefit. Some of these programs to include is physical therapy, the Lee Silverman Big program, a Tai Chi, and just making your home environment safer, which Crystal's going to highlight on how you can do that a little bit more. And then lastly, Dr. Tempton highlighted this too, the overall health or those secondary benefits of participating in exercise or a fall prevention program can include cardiovascular benefits, can help reduce your overall fear, improve balance and mobility, cardiovascular, cerebrovascular benefits, cognition. So there's a lot of different secondary impacts that exercise and fall prevention programs can help you prevent falls and or just improve your overall health as an individual. So now we'll move on to the next slide here. Hopefully this video will play well over Zoom, and after the video plays, I'll hand it over to Crystal. Thank you. All right, so unfortunately, it looks like this video won't play, so we won't worry about it too much. You can move on to the next slide, and I'll hand over Crystal. But one thing, there will be a resource handout at the end of this program if you guys haven't received it already, and that video will be in there. The video just highlights some of the statistics and benefits of a fall prevention program. And I think it'd be a great resource for all you have. So without further ado, Crystal's going to take over fall prevention.
Yeah, thank you, Nate. So with moving on to this next part, I just wanted to emphasize also that some of the statistics, like the ones that Nate talked about, we see those as modifiable. So there's really a lot that we can do to lower these chances of having a fall. And we see some of these fall statistics as an opportunity for us to improve your well-being and improve outcomes. And one way we can do that is with some of these strategies and tips. So next slide, please. So the first category of tips really has to do with setting up for success in your own home environment. So one of the ways that we can do this is by paying attention to removing clutter, especially anything that might hang out on the stairs or in the hallways, and especially in the path from the bedroom to the bathroom, especially if it's dark or in the middle of the night. If there's anything that can get in the way there, that can be really helpful to especially pay attention to. And something else that can help is putting in some new items to help. Your physical therapist might have talked to you already about things like grab bars in the shower, night lights that in the hallways, especially in that path from the bedroom to the bathroom at night, and having railings or something to grab onto, ideally on both sides of the stairs if possible. And something else, especially if you're short like myself, keeping some common items in reach. Something that comes to mind for me is like in the kitchen area, keeping a mug that you use often down on the counter instead of having it all the way up on the top shelf where you have to lean on one foot and reach at the same time. And also thinking about things like having a lamp or a light switch near your bed just to reduce the amount of time that you have to walk in the dark or don't have a night light there. So next slide. So this second category of tips, I just called them one thing at a time just to help you remember. So one thing is to focus on walking. So try to avoid multitasking. I know it can be tempting to look down at your phone or talk on the phone or look for your keys while you're walking up to the door. But along with the second tip of using a backpack or a fanny pack, these things are really important to think about just because it'll allow you to keep your hands free. So if you do have a loss of balance, you're able to more easily use your hands to either grab onto something or use your arms to balance your trunk before falling. And also having the ability to swing your arms more naturally can help with balance while walking as well. So make a fashion statement there and think about having a fanny pack or a backpack instead of maybe a larger purse. Next slide, please. So something else to think about is being really slow and deliberate with movements. And trying not to rush, especially when you're changing positions. So thinking about when you're getting up out of bed in the morning, try to maybe sit up at the edge of the bed and then count to 10 before standing up. And that can be something that's really helpful to avoid standing up too fast and help avoid feeling dizzy. And just try to pay attention to any feelings of dizziness or lightheadedness, especially after moving really quickly. Something that we call orthostatic hypotension that your physical therapist might talk to you about too. So that's really important to avoid just to make sure that you don't have those feelings of dizziness when you sit up quickly. And also when turning, try to give yourself enough room to make a wider U-shaped turn instead of having a really sharp or narrow turn in place. And try to do your best to focus on picking your feet up off of the floor, especially with these narrow turns, which we know can be difficult to do, but just something to try to think about as you do that. So next slide, please. So now we just have a few walking strategies to talk about. So like we talked about earlier with one thing at a time, try your best to swing your arms while walking, which of course can be really difficult and might require a lot of effort and attention. But the best that you can doing this will help to maintain balance and posture while you're walking. And also keeping your feet shoulder width apart. So not too narrow or close together, but also not too wide. Trying to keep them under your shoulders generally can be more stable than having them closer together. And next slide, please. So something else that can be helpful is if you feel stuck in place or frozen while walking. One strategy to use could be visualizing stepping over an imaginary shoebox, like this bright orange Nike box. Try to have something that you can picture easily. Picture it and imagine it being like on the ground in front of you, and trying to think about stepping over that box can kind of help you to start walking again. And I've also heard of people visualizing things such as riding a bike with the repetitive movements of picking up your legs. And something to avoid here is just try not to have your family or friends pull you forward. This might seem like it would be something helpful to do just to help you to move, but that can actually lead to more losses of balance and falls with that forward pull. And next slide, please. So just one last thing that I wanted to comment on was just think about talking to your physical therapist about the possibility of using a cane, a walking stick, or a walker if you don't already have one, or if they don't talk to you about using one. I think it's important to have these conversations. If you feel your balance is a problem or you have concerns, even just discussing it with them so that in the future, if you do need one, that you kind of have a little bit of information already and you know what your PT is thinking too and why or why not they think that you might need this at this point. So if you go on to the next slide, I'll have Chris come on to talk about some common tools. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Crystal. So my name is Chris. I'm a physical therapy student here at Mayo. I'm going to talk about common tools used by the clinicians at ExercisAbilities. Next slide, please. So why assess fall risk? Well, we know that fall risk is a modifiable thing, and we won't want to stay in one place and not, if there's something modifiable, why wouldn't we want to improve upon it? There are some actions you can take now to be aware of and lessen your risk of falling. Next slide, please. So what's the first step? Talk to your healthcare team. It's the easiest first step, gets you in the right direction. So this can include your doctor, a nurse, your physical therapist if you already have one, an occupational therapist, or are there any trained professional that can kind of lead you in the right way? Next slide, please. So what can a healthcare professional do for you as far as assessing your fall risk? Well, they can assess the factors that may contribute to those fall risks. So this may include, certain medications that might either increase that fall risk for certain reasons, your general physical condition, maybe any stressors you may have in your life, and see if we can modify those, or any, as Crystal has discussed, any environmental hazards that we can kind of just change right away. We also evaluate balance using outcome measures, which I'll discuss shortly. This includes certain assessments and tests. We'll also detect, interpret, and correct any gait and balance disturbances. So when we're talking about gait, basically just talking about the way you walk. Next slide, please. So how do we assess your fall risk? And kind of going into the outcome measures, just wanted to give you a picture of kind of a common scene you'd see in a PT aspect. You see this gentleman's working on some balance exercises over here. Big smile on everyone's face. Next slide, please. So outcome measures used by the clinicians at ExercisAbilities. These are some common ones. It's not all encompassing, but these are the ones you will likely see if you're working over with the PT or any clinician over here. So if we're going to look at balance during certain activities, we might use what's called a Berg balance scale. If we want to look at your balance during walking, we might use the dynamic gait index. And if you want to see how confident you are in general in your balance during activities, we'll use the ABC scale for the most part. And what does this help us do? It helps us quantify and gives us a number to start with of your fall risk, and it helps us track your progress. Next slide, please. So you might see these definitions just so we can get rid of any confusion in regards to certain balances. There's static balance, which is your ability to maintain the body in a fixed posture. So an example of this is just standing in place, not doing anything. That's static balance. You're not really doing anything, but you still have to balance to stay upright. Dynamic balance is the ability to maintain posture and stability while you're in motion. So this can include walking, going upstairs, reaching for something up a cabinet, reaching down to pick up something. Next slide, please. So we're going to go into a little bit of the Berg balance scale. This is one of those outcome measures that I just discussed. These examples over here aren't all encompassing, but it's some examples that of the scale and certain activities that you might see observed with your clinician. So something such as sitting to standing, standing up, standing unsupported, standing with your eyes closed, standing with your feet together, or reaching forward with an outstretched arm, kind of like if you're putting up clothes in the hangers over here, as this woman is over here in this picture. So just as a preface, these outcome measures, the ones such as a Berg balance scale, it should be done with a clinician. We wouldn't want you to do these by yourself. So these are things that be done in a safe and controlled environment, so we actually know where you are. Next slide, please. I do have a video linked on here. I just for the sake of kind of smoothness, if it's not working, we'll just move on. These are available to you in your resources sheet. If you want to look at them, it does go over every aspect that is seen in the Berg balance scale. So we'll see if it works. We'll just go to the next slide. Dynamic gait index. So this is looking at your gait against, which is just kind of how you're walking, just to make it simple. So we might see walking on a level surface, kind of the general baseline. We might have you slow down or gain speed and then change your speed while you're walking. And another one would be walking with head turns. So that's kind of a functional thing. If you're walking, you're talking to your friend that's beside you, you're going to be turning your head here and there. You want to see if you can maintain your balance while you do that. Just as Crystal has described before, kind of stepping over obstacles would be good to look at, and stepping around obstacles. Next slide, please. And this is another link to a video. We'll go over it for the sake of smoothness, but this is, again, available to you in your resources sheet. So this one, the activity-specific balanced confidence scale, this will be typically referred to as the ABC confidence scale or the ABC scale. It's a little bit different. We're not looking at you physically. We're actually just kind of assessing how confident you are that you will not lose your balance or become unsteady when you do a couple activities. So it's more so a questionnaire. So examples of questions or things we'll look at with the questionnaire is walking up or downstairs, like the gentleman in the picture, reaching for a small can off a shelf at eye level, and getting in and out of a car. So basically, how confident are you in doing these? Next slide, please. So I hope it comes out all right. It might look a little small, but this is also available for you on the resources sheet if you want to look at it. So for example, it kind of goes into percentages. Is what percentage am I confident in doing this, with 0 being not confident at all and 100 being I'm completely confident I will not lose my balance doing this. Gives us a place to start with. So for example, number 10, I'm walking across a parking lot to the mall or the store. Let's say I could be 50% sure that I won't lose my balance. And that's somewhere we can kind of have a starting place on. And with interventions, working with PT, working towards improving those factors for fall risk, hopefully we can track your progress and increase that percentage of confidence. Next slide, please. So why are these measures important? Well, it gives, like I said before, it gives us a baseline assessment. It tells us where you are and kind of sets the stage for our interventions. It gives us recommendations for future services and or safe exercise and activities. As the previous speakers have said, exercise and activities are going to be huge for Parkinson's disease. Gives us a place to kind of periodically reassess. So these are things that we're not going to do just once, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to get a baseline, And maybe annually, or just depending on the progression, we're going to kind of reassess and see if we're seeing improvement. So is the current program working well? And are we actually slowing the progression of Parkinson's? Or if there's been some kind of decline for some reason, we'd want to change something and maybe add some additional interventions. So ultimately, we want to help you, and it kind of helps you and the clinicians track your journey and see where along the journey kind of see improvement in PD. So that kind of concludes our talk as far as balance and fall risk goes. There is an additional topic on walking sticks that Sean will talk about, whether in the breakout session or in future dates. I'll have Lisa come here and kind of conclude.
Great, Lisa, are you going to jump back on and wrap up? We have about 3 minutes.
Yeah,
And
either
a
way
couple of
is
questions.
fine. Melanie, you as the moderator might be able to see if there is any questions that have come up over the course of this, and you're certainly welcome to field those. And I think any of us could try to help answer some of those in our last minutes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Allison, who I know is a physical therapist, watching this talk, she asked if you had any thoughts on the FOGA, which is the freezing of gait assessment for balance. If that's anything that we've used, and any thoughts on that.
I certainly think that's something that we have used in the past. I don't know that that's a part of our absolute regiment, but I have used it, especially with those that display more freezing type movement patterns, as another way to, similarly as Chris just spoke of, getting a baseline assessment and then using as a periodic way to track that to see if it's maintaining, if it's kind of worsening, or where they are during their journey as far as that freezing pattern. And then too, if it's a high score, certainly it impacts, like you said, setting our stage for intervention and some of the choices that we make for safe and effective exercise for that individual.
Yeah, I would speak to that as well and say that there are several other assessments that can be done, especially looking at the presentation of anyone, a symptomatic presentation, and choosing some more detailed assessments, like really looking directly at the freezing and then repeating that reassessment to see if our interventions are working. So yeah, I think that would be worthwhile. And go ahead, if anyone any other attendees have any questions for Lisa or the Mayo PT students, go ahead and put those in the chat or in the question and answer. Lisa, I had one that how often do you think that somebody who has been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease should revisit with their physical therapist?
And we chatted about this because oftentimes someone might be referred to physical therapy and we'll get those baseline measures, and they may have an episode of care, and it could range anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks for that episode of care, where I feel like they're going to get those outcome measures or similar individualized measures assessed at the baseline at the end of that episode of care. And then maybe they're set forth on an intervention plan that really feels safe and effective for them. But then when and how often should they get reassessed? I do feel like, depending on their stage and their progression, that even annual reassessments would be appropriate for individuals to be proactive to any change, or again, to just kind of be able to know where they're at, and if changes are happening, to be able to address it quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the American Physical Therapy Association recommends annual physical therapy assessments, actually for all individuals over the age of 60, 65, just kind of depending on when things start changing as we enter those senior years. And that's without a disease or chronic disorder. And so in the setting of Parkinson's disease or any of the associated movement disorders, we definitely recommend, that at least an annual assessment, or whenever things change, to have a relationship with a physical therapist to help you on that journey. So thank you so much, Lisa. And we look forward to Sean's presentation in March and some additional information on this topic. So thank you. We'll move on to our next topic. Thank you. And thank you for all the attendees that are sticking with us. So every topic is we believe is really important in the total health achievement for you. And so thank you for sticking in and watching. And so Lori Bringman, let me bring up her. Oh, I think I don't have one. So Lori, I'm going to introduce you because I think you're great.
I think you know me.
She is a registered dietitian and licensed nutritionist. I'm also a health coach and an avid fitness instructor as well. And so she's helped us here at ExercisAbilities with our nutrition programs, even our diabetes prevention program, and has spoke to our individuals with Parkinson's disease and on different nutrition topics in our healthy happy hour for movement disorders that we have here. She also loves teaching power, which is the Parkinson's wellness recovery, and has been trained as a certified instructor for that. So Lori, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And thank you so much for letting me be a part of this workshop. I'm honored to be with you all this morning. I can't see my slides. There they are. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Annie. We are going to talk, it's not maybe the most exciting topic, but one that's very important. We're going to talk about increasing fiber in the diet to help keep you regular. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, constipation can be a side effect of Parkinson's disease. There are some potential causes that might contribute to the constipation. It might be related to changes in the nerve cells, similar to the changes that are happening in the brain. These changes can be happening in the spinal cord, and that would affect the intestinal walls, slowing down the transit time in the GI tract, so contributing to the constipation. Other common causes might be medications like anticholinergics, other medications that you might take for comorbidities other than Parkinson's disease, calcium channel blockers, some medications for urinary incontinence, some pain medications can cause constipation. Certainly changes in the diet or decreased fluid intake may affect regularity. Decreased physical activity. We have a common theme throughout our workshop today, the importance of exercise and physical activity. And then as we age, the GI tract just kind of slows down as we get older, so that also contributes to constipation. Next slide, please. So what can we do to help prevent or treat constipation? Well, I'm a dietitian, so of course I'm going to focus on food. And the number one thing you can do to help prevent and treat your constipation is to increase your dietary fiber. I can't say that enough. That is so very important. Fiber is only found in plants, fruits and vegetables. So it's not found in meat and it's not found in animal fats. So that a plant-based diet is imperative to increase the fiber in your diet. Fiber is the part of the cell wall that we can't digest. We don't get any energy from fiber. It pretty much passes through our system whole. We chew it up and we change it a little bit, but pretty much it stays together. And that's what helps increase that bulk in our stool. And this triggers the muscles in our lower GI tract to contract and to push the stool out. Next slide, please. So there's two different types of dietary fiber. The first one I'll talk about is insoluble fiber, and I like to call that the twigs in the bark. It's the fiber you can see, like if you have a whole grain bread. It doesn't really change as it passes through our GI tracts. The other type of fiber is insoluble fiber. And if we were together and with outside of this pandemic, I would do a fabulous little experiment for you to show the effect of insoluble fiber. But what happens with the insoluble fiber is it actually creates like a gel inside our intestines. And this gel, again, similar to insoluble fiber, creates bulk and helps push the stool throughout the GI tract. But one of the other side benefits of the insoluble fiber is that it can help protect our hearts. It has a potential cholesterol lowering property. So both fibers are amazing and should be added and increased in the diet to help with constipation. But insoluble fiber has that extra added benefit of some heart protective properties. Next slide, please. So how much fiber do we need each day? The recommended intake for men is about 38 grams a day and women about 25 grams a day. The majority of Americans consume less than 15 grams a day. And I would say it might be even less than 10 grams a day. And the sad thing about that is we know that fiber comes from fruits and vegetables. So if people aren't consuming enough fiber, we know they're not consuming enough fruits and vegetables. So diets low in fiber are more frequently higher in processed foods, high fat foods, high processed meats, because those foods don't have fiber. So we know that those diets are disproportionately higher in unhealthy foods. Next slide, please. So how are we going to increase the fiber in the diet? It's easy. Eat more fruits and vegetables. But remember, so it is found in plants. So having a more plant-based diet, limiting processed high sugar foods will definitely increase your fiber intake. So some foods that are higher in fiber, we all know beans. Excellent, probably one of the best sources of fiber. They're also a great source of non-meat protein and lots of vitamins and minerals. Berries, one of the highest fruits that is high in fiber are raspberries. Blueberries, blackberries are also, strawberries are also high in fiber. Nuts, seeds, whole grain breads, and not just whole wheat, but I want you to, when you read your labels, look for the whole grain. When you start reading the ingredient list, it should say whole flax. And when you look at the bread, you should be able to see the whole grains, the nuts, the seeds, the oats. Fruits, all fruits with the skin, please, other than bananas, of course, but the skin has a lot of fiber in it. It also has a lot of the other nutrients in it. So you want to try to avoid peeling your fruits if you can. Whole wheat pastas, if you compare a regular pasta, here I have a regular thin pasta, the grams of fiber are per serving are 3 grams of fiber. The whole wheat pasta, the grams of fiber, same serving size, is 7 grams of fiber. So you can greatly increase the amount of fiber in your diet by trying to read those labels and find those higher fiber food choices. Next slide, please. So don't forget, I'm encouraging you all to try to start increasing your fiber intake, but you have to do it gradually. Increasing fiber too quickly can cause a lot of not friendly side effects, can cause bloating, gas, distension, and even some rebound constipation. So this is a stepwise process, slowly, gradually increasing the amount of fiber in your diet. If you're going to increase the amount of fiber, you need to have adequate fluid intake. If for any reason you're on some type of fluid restriction, you have to be very mindful about increasing your fiber. Because remember, part of having regular good bowel movements is adequate hydration. We need that fluid to help push the stool through the GI tract. And the other thing, increase your physical activity. Activity helps increase the transit time of food through the GI tract. So again, exercise is important. Next slide, please. There are medications available. Maybe you're taking some of them. I'm just going to go through a few of them. There's fiber supplements. So just like increasing fiber in the diet, you can take fiber supplementation. Metamucil is one. There's lots of generic ones out there. Benefiber is another that you could add. There's osmotic laxative. One brand name is Miralax, and that we don't absorb it. What it does is it helps us pull water into the lower intestines to again add bulk and soften the stools, to push the stools throughout the GI tract. There's stimulant laxatives like Senna, Biscadoil. They help stimulate the intestines to contract and push the stool out. And then there's stool softeners like Colace. Always, 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 if you're going to add something, make sure you discuss it with your physician or your pharmacist, even if you're just starting a fiber supplement, because it can have some contraindications with other medications. Next slide, please. There's lots of resources out there. The Parkinson's Foundation has tons of resources about nutrition and constipation. EatRight.org, which is the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, also has lots of information. Good resources to find some high lists of foods that are high in fiber. So I encourage you to check those out. Are there any questions?
So Laura, you talk so quickly.
I do talk quickly.
Does anyone have any questions about your diet, nutrition, anything that you're doing that you may have questions about? please feel free to either enter the Q&A or the chat. I'll be looking. And Lori, I have a few things that I think maybe you could elaborate on a little bit while we're waiting to see if there's any other questions. So you mentioned fiber supplements and went over that quickly as that is something, but talked a lot about the plant-based diet. So I believe there's a lot of individuals that are probably maybe just lifelong haven't been great fruit and veggie eaters, or there's just the picky eater syndrome that can happen all throughout life, that individuals might not be excited about increasing their variety of fruits and vegetables and prefer the fiber supplements. Is there research literature on that plant-based diet is better than,
absolutely.
than the supplements? Can you speak on that a little bit?
And not just for Parkinson's, I mean, for all of us, we know that having a more plant-based diet is better for our cognition. It is better for our overall health. And something that I was maybe thinking of touching on in March is the whole microbiome. And that's something that we're really starting to see emerging science, that our gut health is linked to our brain health and to our health in general. And part of having a good microbiome, that those good bacteria in our GI tract, is having lots of fiber, because fiber is what feeds those good bacteria. So a plant-based diet is very far reaching, and not just, helping us be regular, but helping our brain health, our gut health, and our overall health, and maybe even in some disease prevention and maybe disease management as well.
That's great. So in other words, some of those other benefits that the fruit and veggies are giving, like the other vitamins, the other nutrients,
yes,
are not found in the fiber supplement. So although the fiber supplement replaces the fiber in a way and can help with that digestion, there's so many other pieces we may be missing.
Absolutely.
If we're not. And then is it, I guess, feasible that if you have an adequate plant-based diet, you wouldn't need those fiber supplements?
I couldn't say 100%, because part of it is the mechanism that's happening in the GI tract. So you might need some of those medications, or even maybe a stronger prescription type medication if your constipation gets that discontrolled. But diets, most certainly, I would start with diet. Food is always better. So yes, start making those, and just little changes here and there, adding extra beans to your spaghetti at night, or some shredded vegetables on your sandwich. There's teeny tiny things. Every little change makes a big difference, and they all add up.
Absolutely. So we do have a question from Karen. She says, what is appropriate amounts of protein intake? Timing and preferred source.
Well, are you talking about it with interactions with medications? Is that your question?
I not to read into it what Karen's asking, but I think in general, she's thinking what would be an appropriate amount of protein intake. So, I mean, definitely maybe you could speak to how medications can change that.
So there's two different
yes with medication.
Yes, the adequate amount of protein, generally we say like 0.8 grams to 1 gram per kilogram if you have a usual kind of a normal body weight. Certainly if your body weight's a little bit higher, we might have to adjust that, or a little bit lower, we might have to adjust that as well. So 0.8 to 1 gram per kilogram. The timing of the protein intake, there are some people are more susceptible to interactions with their medications when they don't time their protein intake correctly. So if you are one of those people, one thing you could do is you could take your majority of your protein intake in the evening. So if you're having that interaction with the medication, that not getting the maximum benefit from your Parkinson's medications, that's going to happen overnight. So you wouldn't appreciate those changes. The other thing is to divide your protein intake very evenly throughout the day. So you'd have a more normal, if you are having effects from the protein, or limiting when you have your protein, trying to have it an hour before you take your medications or an hour after you take your medications. Does that answer your question? There's a lot of different things. And I think the first thing you should do is probably see if you're one of those people that truly your protein intake is affecting your medication absorption.
Great. And Dr. Tipton is still on with us. And so he would like to, I'm unmuting you, but not there. I think you're live, Dr. Tipton.
Hey, great talk, Laurie. I appreciate a lot of the things that you said. I wanted to make just a brief comment about the protein interaction with the medication, specifically Cinemet or the carbidopa-levodopa. We know that that protein competes, the dietary protein competes with absorption of that medication. And so our recommendation across the board in our movement disorders clinic is that individuals base their timing of medication off of their meals. So taking the carbidopa-levodopa at least 1 hour before protein containing meals or at least 2 hours after protein containing meals usually gives an adequate amount of distance from the protein. And there are some studies out there that show that the medication may be 50-70% less effective, but I've had many patients that have said that medication just flat out doesn't work if I take it close to meals, so we can even have dose failures. So as a general rule of thumb, medication at least 1 hour before or 2 hours after protein containing meals. And if nausea becomes an issue, because sometimes people have a hard time taking it on an empty stomach, you could take it with something that doesn't have protein in it. So whether that's a carbonated beverage or a cracker or a banana, those things are fine, but we really just want to keep it away from those dietary proteins.
So the other part of Karen's question that both of you could answer is, what are the best types of protein? Because I know in Laurie's talk you talked about plant-based diet, which historically when in conversations, then it can be confusing and difficult of where you then get your protein from in a plant-based diet.
We can get quite a bit of protein from plant-based, beans, nuts, things like that. I mean, I'm not saying you have to become a vegan or anything like that. I think it's looking for a well-balanced diet that you want to maybe include some fish in there, some lean proteins in there. So but definitely trying to find some other sources that can give you that fiber and give you a little bit more of a nutritional base, like the beans, nuts, seeds, things like that, whole grains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Dr. Tipton, do you find that it's common for individuals with Parkinson's disease to be referred to a dietitian to learn about these? Because I know just even myself listening to Laurie, and I know historically it can be confusing for individuals, 0.8 grams to 1 point this, and the recommendations can certainly get so maybe overwhelming for people that they just don't really know how to structure their diet, even when they want to do a good job. So can you speak to that, if that's common, or Laurie as well, maybe follow up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great thing to do because oftentimes, especially early on, I'll see patients that have lost weight too,
Absolutely.
For unexplained reasons. But when we think about it, if you think about what's going on just purely with the motor symptoms in Parkinson's disease, let's say you've got a rest tremor. Well, your arm's running a marathon. Let's say you've got rigidity. Your arms are tight. I'll tell you, just sort of personal experience. I like coffee. I always have my coffee here, and I like to grind my own beans. And I'm new to Rochester, so I bought a manual grinder. And so you have to grind it, and it's an annoyingly long process, I'll admit. But what I notice is that when I'm grinding, after I finish, the arm that's the most tired is the arm that's just holding the grinder, not the one that's turning it. And it's because these muscles are tight. I'm trying to hold the thing from moving. And that's kind of what's going on with the rigidity in Parkinson's disease. Those muscles are just overactive. And so you're burning calories, and in some instances you're burning protein too. So I think getting a dietitian is a great thing to do. I have sort of general recommendations that I make that have some evidence behind them as far as decreasing the risk of cognitive decline or slowing the rate of cognitive decline. But when it really comes down into the nitty-gritty, I'm completely out of my element with dietary elements. So
you're absolutely right, Dr. Tippin. I have been fortunate at ExercisAbilities to have had about a handful of referrals just for weight loss and helping people manage that, and it's sometimes very significant weight loss related to the movement disorders. So yes, absolutely, you're very, very true. And then how do you balance if you need a nutritional supplement and your medications, the protein. So it is a fine balance.
That's right. And one of the big limitations when it comes to managing medications is that if your dosing interval is too small to be able to keep it away from meals,
Right.
then we have to start getting into sort of advanced dosing strategies, because we know that even if you add more doses of medication, if Dr. Alskog likes to say that if the seats on the bus are full with protein, doesn't matter how many people are getting on the bus, you're not going to get a seat. And so we have to adjust the medication, but we wouldn't adjust the protein because obviously you've got to put gas in the tank for the car to run.
Yeah, great. So really great conversations about diet. And I think even myself, I'm learning a lot. And I believe probably those attendees are, learning that it's important. This nutrition piece connected to the medication piece is so important. And having all of the professionals on board to help you in this journey. You might need to be a self-advocate. We are so lucky to have Dr. Tipton with us, but you may live in a rural area where your primary physician is your family physician, not a movement disorder specialist. And you may only make contact with a movement disorder specialist maybe once or twice throughout your journey if you're out in a rural area. And so being an advocate for yourself in what you're learning today, that's part of what we're wanting to empower you with as well, is that bring these topics up to your physician, and seek in this situation a dietitian if you're feeling like you're having difficulties that might be related to your nutrition. So I think that's really great information. We have a couple more minutes. If anybody else has any questions, I'll moderate another question. And this one I know comes up in conversations that we have and try to lead people to talk to a dietitian. But a lot of the foods that you talked about that might be good for individuals to increase intake, they might have other conditions that they've been told that they can't eat those foods. So one that comes to my mind that often is brought up is diverticulitis and raspberries, and berries, and other things, maybe other medications that might be on board. I know that may be difficult for you to speak to because it's also individualized, but just any information on that?
I think being individualized, I think, is the important thing. And I would encourage the participants, if you really want to start trying to increase the amount of fiber, there's some good resources, eatright.org. If you can't eat berries because of diverticulitis or diverticulosis, there's lots of other options out there. There's apples, there's pears. Pears are excellent sorts. So there's, whole grain breads. I think learning to read labels. I wish we had 2 hours to learn how to read labels. Know what you're eating. That I think that's one of my biggest mantras is knowledge is power. And the only way you can have that knowledge is if you go out and seek it. So read your labels. There's lots of good recipes out there. There's lots of good resources out there. So it's just a stepwise process. How is this food going to fuel my body? Is it sugar or is it fruits and vegetables? So I really think food is medicine. We talk, in this forum, we talk lots about exercise, which, I believe wholeheartedly in, but good nutrition is also a cornerstone for feeling good. I mean, it's not just about being regular and your heart, but it's also about feeling good, having mental clarity, feeding your brain. So good nutrition is very important for all of us.
Yeah, great. And so again, it's a balance, Lori spoke to, it's a balance with speaking with your physician, your medical team, and knowing what those foods might be that you need to avoid, and then seeking alternatives so that you're not just eliminating an entire group,
right?
Like fruits and vegetables, just because you need to adjust your vitamin K or because you need to avoid berries because of diverticulitis. Those are examples. But yeah, finding that out and then seeking someone to help you with, and a dietitian is a great resource.
Yes, it is. I mean, there's a lot of misconceptions out there. People who are Coumadin, I hear this so often. People say, I can't have any leafy green vegetables. Well, it's not that you can't have them. You need to keep it in a balance. And so if you have any questions, ask your physician, maybe a referral to a dietitian. Eatright.org again is a good resource as well. And the Parkinson's, they have lots and lots of information out there too. The Parkinson's Foundation.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Lori. Really
Thank
appreciate that.
you.
And the conversation afterwards. I love that. Thank you, Dr. Tipton, for tuning in and chiming in. And so I'm going to give you guys just a 4-minute break so that you're not afraid to miss something. And so you can go grab that protein snack, perhaps, or maybe your medications, an extra glass of water. And we're going to come back on at 11 o'clock. So just about a 4-minute pause to get up, stretch, and get your snack. And then we'll tune back in with Maria at 11. All right. I had one more question pop up that if you're with us and not on break, Lori, one more question that you could answer before I introduce Maria. Karen was asking, do you get the same benefit from fresh and versus canned or frozen fruits or veggies? And if Lori is still there, I think she is. Unmute you. Maybe I need to do that. Well, let's see. Lori just may not be able to talk because her mic is muted. So another moment. Otherwise, Lori, if you can respond to that in the chat, that would be great. If we're not able to get that unmuted, or if she might have stepped away as well because it's just now 11 o'clock. So we can come back to that question as well. And so let's go ahead. I'm going to introduce Maria. So Maria Service, occupational therapist, is a employee here at ExercisAbilities. She has her master's degree in occupational therapy, from the University of Minnesota. She has experience working in geriatric and long-term care, as well as independent living centers. She also has worked in the acute care practice at Mayo Clinic and the outpatient chronic pain program as well at Mayo Clinic. She has certifications as an anxiety management specialist, certified in the HeartMath biofeedback training, and my pages, and has a passion for treating clients with a holistic approach to help them regain or reach full functioning in mind, body. And here at ExercisAbilities, we appreciate having Maria on the team to bring emotional health to the forefront with our participants here at ExercisAbilities. So Maria, thank you for joining us, and we'll let you take it away.
Sounds good. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this presentation. It sounds like you guys have gotten a lot of expertise and different educational pieces here to just help you along your journey. So whether you are a newly diagnosed with Parkinson's, or perhaps you are at some of the more advanced phases, today I just want to talk a little bit about emotional well-being. And so Melanie, I'll have you advance to kind of that next quote. So this is from the National Parkinson's Foundation. They find that, just some quotes from their website, a person diagnosed with Parkinson's often feels a flood of emotions, as do their loved ones. We find that this experience not only impacts the person living with Parkinson's, but also their family members, their support people, and all of those people that often help navigate this journey. Another quote is that Parkinson's symptoms and treatments can affect your mood. Depression and anxiety affect up to 50% of people living with Parkinson's disease. These mood changes can bring on worsening function, leading to a decreased quality of life. So one aspect is that I do have the website up here, and it'll be part of the resources that you guys get, but on the National Parkinson's Foundation, they do have some nice information about emotional well-being, and I'll be taking a deeper dive into that. But I just wanted to briefly explain why having these mood changes can also decrease quality of life. So my colleagues so far, some of them I've spoken to, the importance of diet, the importance of eating right, the importance of maintaining good balance, etc. I know we have some upcoming presentations about exercise. And all of these things, oftentimes we need to have that motivation, that kind of that positivity or optimism to be able to start some of these new things. So it can be really hard if we're feeling more anxious, worried, or more depressed to really get the ball rolling in any of these other areas if we're not feeling up to the task. And so it's why I really want to make sure that we are being mindful of our emotional health, because it can really impact our quality of life and just all of these other areas of functioning. So for the next slide. So today I'm going to talk about some of the different areas of emotional wellness that can help with trying to improve quality of life, trying to get the ball rolling in other areas of health. Oftentimes, if we are experiencing more renewing emotions, whether it be gratitude, happiness, appreciation, when we spend more time in these emotions, our body actually works better. So there's a lot of research coming out of the HeartMath Institute that exemplifies why when we experience these renewing emotions, some physiological changes happen in the body that actually allow us to feel better. It allows our body to work more efficiently. On the opposite side of that, though, if we're experiencing more, whether it's depression, sadness, hopelessness, defeat, anxiety, worry, that brings about its own negative impacts to our body. Oftentimes those emotions are called depleting emotions for a reason, because they actually deplete our physiological system. They don't do well for our immune system. And so it's why we really want to be aware of that. So these 4 different elements we're going to talk about today. And that first one is emotional awareness. And I'll have you advance to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so oftentimes one element that we have to be able to address if we're going to address our emotional health is being aware of what are you feeling. Now, for some people, they are very aware of what they're feeling. You'll know it. They talk about their anxiousness, they talk about their worry, they can tell that they're depressed, while others, this is going to be a very difficult point in the process. But in order to start to pick up the pieces, in order to be aware of our emotional health, especially if you've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease or another movement disorder, or again, if you're in a different changing part of the disease and you're experiencing some changes, which can then bring some mood changes as well, we have to be able to name it. We have to be able to name and own what am I feeling, and have all the validation that you have every right to feel that way. Oftentimes, if you are noticing some mood changes, Some people, their coping mechanism is to suppress, don't feel it, don't look at it, and maybe it'll go away and it won't be there. But oftentimes that is not the answer. So oftentimes I talk to clients about being able to name and own what you're feeling. And on this slide, there's a small little emotions chart that you can see. So you can find some different emotion charts online. I remember when I was growing up, we actually used to have that little emotion chart with faces and some labels. It was like a magnet on our fridge. And I always enjoyed playing with that magnet. But now I see again the importance of just being able to name what am I feeling, and then having that validation of you have every right to feel that way. And being able to express that in a healthy manner is really important. So again, instead of suppressing our emotions, instead of trying to deny them or just say, no idea, I have no idea how I'm feeling. We just want to be aware of that. And we want to have a way of getting that out. So whether that's talking with a friend, whether that's talking with a family member or our physician. For some people, expressing their emotions means journaling. It means doing some coloring. It means just listening to music. Those are some different forms of expression to just get those emotions out. So then we'll go to the next slide. So today I'm going to talk about some different emotional tools. So these are some ways that we can try to foster more positive, renewing emotions. So again, we have to be able to name it, own it, face what's under that. But then once we get to that phase where we want to try to build some more positive, renewing emotions, I have some tools here listed. These are not all inclusive, but these are some examples. So for some people, their faith is very powerful, and the power of prayer. So a prayer can be something that can help foster getting things off of your chest, but also allow someone to experience more hope and optimism. Another tool would be breathing. So I feel often people are used to someone saying, take a breath, just take a breath, take a couple of deep breaths. So I feel like breathing is a well-known tool, and there's so many different examples and ways and methods of breathing to help regulate your emotions, help deal with frustrations and stress. So that's one tool. Another tool that people can use is meditation. I'm going to get into a sample meditation here shortly, but meditation can mean so many things. There are emotion-based meditations. There are sound-based meditations. There are the meditations where one might just sit in silence and trying to just let their thoughts move by. There's mindfulness, which is kind of picking up some trend currently, but mindfulness is when we try to stay in the moment, stay present in whatever activity that we're doing. So I just want people to know that there's so many different types of meditations, and we'll do an example of one shortly here. The next one is gratitude, and I also feel like gratitude has gotten a lot of recent traction because it can be one very simple tool to use. Sometimes gratitude can be in the form of waking up each day and what's one thing that you're grateful for. Or there's gratitude journals. And I feel like, more people are starting to realize that power of just being grateful for the simple things that we have. So that's another tool. Self-care. So when I talk about self-care, I talk about being able to just go out and pamper yourself. So sometimes for your emotional health, if that means allowing your grandkids, allowing someone to paint your nails, go out and get a manicure and pedicure. Self-care might look like just reading a good book, closing the door, shutting out the outside world for a little bit, and doing a favorite pastime, leisure activity, or hobby. But self-care is that intentional practice of taking care of yourself to foster those positive emotions. And lastly, another emotional tool that can help dealing with our emotional health is talking to a counselor. And I know that that can be scary for a lot of people to approach that, talking to a third party. But being able to talk to a counselor can sometimes help process all the emotions that we're having. Being diagnosed with a new disease, entering a different phase of that disease is no easy feat. And it's really hard sometimes to have loved ones understand that. And I have heard positive successes of people being able to get those feelings off their chest with their counselor, and how that can be one really helpful tool. So on the next slide, we are going to do just a brief meditation together. As I described, meditation can come in many different forms. And this one that we're doing did come out of the Heart Math Institute, and it's one that I teach for my clients who are doing heart math biofeedback training with. And it's really simple. And so I want you to just try to find a comfortable position wherever you all might be. And we're going to try to disengage from all the thoughts that might be running through our head. And I want you to just focus your attention on the area of your heart. So finding a relaxed breathing pace. I want you to try to envision your heart and think about your heart. Send some positive, good vibes to your heart as you envision it in your mind. Part 2, I want you to make a sincere attempt to generate a positive emotion, whether that's love, peace, happiness, or calm. If it helps, trying to bring an image of a loved one, trying to bring a past positive accomplishment or a positive experience in your life. But I want you to take a moment, continue to envision, think about your heart, and think about generating a positive emotion. If you can, try to re-experience that positive feeling. Now, some of you, this might have been very difficult. For some of you, you might have not noticed anything, and that's okay. So part of practicing meditation, just like anything else, we have to practice it in order to, one, make it a habit, but we sometimes also have to practice it just to get this to feel and start to feel like the norm within our body. So if your body is used to feeling more anxious, more worried, more depressed about your situation, if this was your first time doing a meditation, this is going to feel foreign. So I often tell my clients, expect discomfort on your first couple times of doing a meditation. But what I like about this one is that it's really simple. It's one that you can do wherever. And all you have to do is you're trying to disengage from your thoughts and think about your heart and trying to sincerely feel a positive emotion. And I know over time and things, when I've been practicing this, I found that in a quick moment, this can be something that just helps recenter. And there's so many other types of meditations here. I'll have you advance to the next slide just to give you some options. For those of you that do have a smartphone, a computer, a tablet, obviously if you're joining us via Zoom, you have some form of technology. Here's some options for things that can help foster more positive, renewing emotions. So for me, I'm not someone where I can typically just sit in silence and meditate. Oftentimes I need something speaking to me, something talking to me to help keep me in that kind of that positive, renewing mindset. And so one tool that I've found to be really helpful is called the My Life Meditation app. So not only do they have an app that typically should be able to be found if you have an Android or an iPhone, but they also have a YouTube channel. And so if you also go to YouTube from a computer and type in My Life Meditation, you will find, and it's also a free app. Of course, there's the paid premium version, but there's a free app as well, and then their free YouTube channel. And you can actually go and search through some of the meditations that they offer. So some of them might be more about breathing. Some of them might be about trying to induce a positive emotion like joy, compassion. For folks that are maybe feeling a little more anxious about where they're at, there's some really good grounding, kind of ground recenter meditations as well. The other thing I like about the My Life Meditation app is that it comes with meditations ranging from 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minutes, all the way up to 10-minute meditations. So if time is a factor, it gives you options there. And just so you know, that's just one tool. There are other more popular and other well-known apps out there like Calm or Headspace. So I do urge you that if emotional health is something that you're wanting to tap into a little bit more, downloading an app or favoriting a YouTube link on your phone, on your computer, can be one way for you to try to just practice that a couple times a week to just focus on rebalancing and improving your emotional health. Another app that I have listed here that I've found that I really like is called the Gratitude Journaling app. Again, I believe this app is available on Android and iPhones, but otherwise, if you type in Gratitude Journal into your phone or your iPad, you should be able to find something similar. Again, it's just a really easy way. When I wake up in the morning, I open up my gratitude journal and I'm able to just type in one thing that I'm grateful for today. Or if I forget to do it in the morning, I can do it in the evening. But again, these are some tools if you're trying to build that habit. If emotional health is something that you haven't typically tapped into before, these apps can help try to make that more of a daily practice. And again, you'll just find that if you have more of that positive, optimistic, uplifting mood, if you have that feeling of hope, you're going to be more likely to be able to act on some of these other great recommendations and pieces of advice. So again, if you emotionally feel better, you're going to want to feed your body better. You're going to want to fuel your body. You're going to have more motivation to exercise. So oftentimes we can kind of jumpstart that if we take a look at where's my emotional health at, and is that maybe inhibiting me from acting upon other pieces of my health. And then I'll advance to the next slide. So two other ways that we can also boost our emotional health is we know that having a strong sense of purpose is tied to emotional health and well-being. So from a new study out of JAMA Psychiatry from 2017, I realize, I guess that's not very new, but newish. They found that people with a sense of purpose tend to have better physical function, such as stronger grip and faster walking speeds, which are kind of some indicators on how someone is aging. So that strong sense of purpose can be huge. And oftentimes that means looking at what is my current daily routine and how might I adjust my daily routine to try to foster that sense of purpose. So again, whatever phase you are in the Parkinson's disease, some people are diagnosed at an earlier age in their 40s and 50s. They might still be working and they might be feeling a little bit burned out trying to manage their health in their job. But for others, if you're more advanced in the disease, you might be in the retirement phase. And it's what do I do now? How do I get that sense of purpose? And looking at your current daily routine, are there old hobbies that you've always wanted to get back to doing, like scrapbooking or knitting or journaling or calligraphy? Now, oftentimes we know that with the advancement of Parkinson's, it can make some of our old hobbies more difficult. So some suggestions for that would be look to your local occupational therapy department. Oftentimes occupational therapists were trained in figuring out how can we adapt an activity? How can we modify it or make it easier for someone to do? So that would be one avenue. Another is working with someone or kind of doing some inner work to figure out, can I explore new hobbies, things that I haven't maybe done before, but that would give me kind of that sense of purpose. So whether that's maybe finding a volunteer role or taking up a new hobby or leisure activity. Certainly in the photo, I think being a grandparent in later stages of life can be very rewarding and also give that sense of purpose that you're passing on, traditions and stories to that next generation. So just figuring out how in my everyday routine or how in my weekly routine can I gain and foster that sense of purpose. And if you're struggling with that, perhaps either brainstorming with family members, friends, or reaching out to your local occupational therapist can be one way to try to explore that. And the last piece is joining a group. Sometimes we get that from that sense of community. If the group is working on some joined project, joined idea, we can gain that sense of purpose. And so if we advance to the next slide, I wanted to give one resource for that. So lastly, for our emotional health, connectedness can be really important. Being able to discuss issues related to our disease, related to different symptoms that we might be experiencing, or just sharing our experiences can be really helpful for emotional health. So I just put up one resource. Again, I'm certain that there are other resources, and I know that Holly Brown from Elder Network here in Rochester, she's going to be talking a little bit more about some just community resources as well. But this is a social media group, and I know it's one of the more prominent people that has Parkinson's disease, Michael J. Fox. He has a Facebook group. It's a place where people can network to talk with others about similar experiences, find useful tips and tricks, get involved in promoting research, and even ask for reviews and suggestions for different adaptive equipment. So that is just one area where you can go to network. All right, and we'll go to that next slide. So I just want to thank you all for being here and joining me today and allowing me to talk about an area that I'm really passionate about, which is emotional health. We know that making sure that we're aware of where we are at emotionally is extremely important, and it can also be extremely difficult. So I recommend that you find your emotional health resources. Who are those people in your community that can help foster your emotional health and well-being? For some folks, that might be really just looking to their family members, to their friends, having a conversation with their local physician about other resources in your area. So for those of you who want to learn more about your emotional well-being management, I urge you to connect with your local occupational therapy provider, looking into counselors in your area or any other wellness advocate to help you along this journey. And for those of you who are from the local Rochester or Southeast Minnesota area, please do call us at ExercisAbilities. I'm happy to work with anyone on building their emotional health toolkit so that you can thrive and be well. Thank you.
So that was great, Maria. Thank you so much. And again, I'm going to encourage the attendees to comment in the chat or the Q&A, any questions in particular to Maria. So Maria, I know that we have so many people not from Rochester on today, and what you spoke about could be very interesting for them. And you know, sometimes seeing an occupational therapist can actually be a little less intimidating, maybe. Again, just speaking honestly here, than making an appointment with a counselor or something like that, because you're already kind of in the medical system, and we know it might be a little more accessible. So where do they usually find these types of occupational therapists with the skills that you have?
That's a really good question. And you bring up that point that I do believe that I've trained with a lot of different occupational therapists, and not everyone is going to find this area or this topic their area of expertise. I know that oftentimes I'll be doing a later presentation talking about OT and home safety, more of that adaptive equipment piece. And I do think that for some of you, you might find that your local occupational therapist may be more comfortable working in that physical dysfunction realm. How can I help you adapt things? But this emotional health piece can be new. So that is something that can be difficult. And I'll be honest, there's not a great website or place to go where you can find what I would call more of a holistic occupational therapist. I know I trained through a mentor that was in the Twin Cities area. Her name was Emmy Vadness, and she was the one who kind of trained me in this area. But to be honest, what I would do is I would just ask your local occupational therapist, or when you're getting that referral and maybe making a phone call to the front desk of, does your occupational therapist treat or work with people dealing with anxiety, stress, depression, emotional health? Is that something that they feel comfortable treating in? And I feel like most often you would be able to find out after that first interaction with an occupational therapist, based on what assessment tools they use, where they drive the conversation. I think you would get a sense of, is this an area of expertise or not? I know we at ExercisAbilities, if you go to our website, our rehab page, and then our occupational therapy page, I do have a couple emotional health blog posts and some further information on there. And if any of you are just wondering, how can I find a holistic OT that might approach this area, please feel free to contact us through our ExercisAbilities website. And oftentimes then they can field those questions to me. And if I know what area you're from, I might be able to know in my network of OTs who possibly you could work with. So that's what I'd recommend.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you briefly mentioned one of the tools, and I think we have a couple minutes that you could elaborate a little bit on one of the tools that you just recently started using, which is the heart math, and how that can assist with the meditation process and the regulation process. So, do you want to just take a few minutes and tell them a little bit about what the heart math does?
Definitely. So the heart math biofeedback tool is a new tool that I recently got trained in, and I'm really excited because I feel for the clients that I've been using it with so far, it's really brought the power of meditation and the power of emotional health. It's made it a lot more tangible and more real for them. So what's neat about the heart math technology is that I'm able to hook a client up using an ear sensor, and then that's plugged into my computer, and I'm able to track a client's heart rate variability. Through all this research, we know that the heart rate variability is one measurement, and it's a measurement of the beat to beat changes in your heart rate. It's one way that we can look at how someone's nervous system is functioning. Are they having a lot of stress and cortisol being released in their body, or is this individual in more of what we would call a coherent state? It really just allows me to give myself and the client some real-time feedback on what their emotional health is really like. And then oftentimes I'll do a meditation with the client, and we can see these real changes right on the screen of their heart rate going into a more synchronous, really beautiful pattern, and they're driving that change. It's not a medication, it's not a placebo effect. We see that real-time change on the screen. So I just feel like it's been one really helpful tool for people who are like, I don't know about this meditation stuff or any kind of tool. And that heart math allows me to really show them these are the positive changes that are happening in your body. And that has been helpful with them carrying over their home program for that.
Great. And we just had a question from Patty. She wanted you to articulate exactly, is it heart math or heart map?
Great question. Heart math, M-A-T-H. And like I said, the easiest way I could probably get you to learn or find out more information about that is if you go to our ExercisAbilities website, go to rehab therapy, occupational therapy page. I do have some extra links on there. I did a blog about emotional health and heart math. So I have some further information there.
Great. Thank you so much, Maria, for joining us. And we actually will have Maria jump back on and talk to us again here in just a bit about more of that home safety piece that is so important and on people's minds. So thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, that is a perfect segue. I love how we structured the day right into Holly Brown, as well as Chuck and Dory Johnson. So Holly Brown is a caregiver, respite, and companion care program manager, transportation manager, as well at the Elder Network here in Rochester, Minnesota. She has been with the Elder Network now for 13 years. She has a bachelor's degree in social work, as well as many certifications to work with family caregivers. Holly facilitates caregiver support groups, one-to-one coaching sessions, and facilitates educational workshops for caregivers. Chuck and Dory Johnson are joining her, and we know them well here at ExercisAbilities. Chuck was diagnosed with Parkinson's over 18 years ago. He and Dory have been leaders for the Rochester area support group for many years, as well as very active individuals in seeking ways to help Chuck with his symptoms of Parkinson's disease, and avid exercisers as well, with power and other opportunities to always work on improving for Chuck and Dory. So we want to thank them. And Chuck and Dory, you can put on your video if you feel comfortable, so people can see you as well. And I'll let Holly and Chuck and Dory take it away.
All right, thanks, Melanie. Good morning, everyone. I'm Holly Brown. As Melanie just mentioned, I work here in Rochester with the Elder Network. It's a nonprofit organization serving those 55 and better in the Southeast Minnesota area. And I'm just so honored to be a part of this workshop this morning and talk with all of you about something that's really meaningful to me, which is caregiver support services and options. So my talk, for the next 30 minutes really is more about kind of the care partners taking care of themselves, because we know that if caregivers don't take care of themselves, then who's going to be there to care for their care partner, right? So welcome and thank you for having me. We can go to the next slide. So what I want to first talk about is, well, why is our self-care even crucial, right? And this is for everybody. We know that if we don't take care of ourselves, we're going to burn out no matter what is going on in our lives. And whether we're prepared for this caregiving role or not, many unexpected situations can arise that require us to have new skills, extra patience, and adjust to lifestyle. We also know that COVID-19 has really affected our family lifestyle, our ability to get help in the home, as once was a lot easier for some. And we know that this is kind of uncharted territory. So I really hope that what you take away from today is a sense of hope and peace, that even though you may be feeling a lot of things and may feel alone, you're not alone. There are thousands and thousands of families and individuals like you who are seeking help and adjusting to the changes on a day-to-day basis. Some of the things that I want to talk about today are how we can cope with our emotions and the things that we are experiencing, and some reminders that come up along the way when we're feeling stressed. One of the things that Melanie mentioned that I have done is a lot of educational workshops, and I'm going to plug the educational evidence-based workshop, Powerful Tools for Caregivers, today, because I feel that this is really a life-changing workshop, and it is designed for family caregivers to really take a look at themselves and see, what am I doing really well, and where do maybe I need to make a change or adapt. And I've seen transformation from class 1 to class 6 in hundreds of caregivers. And I love the program. I love what it stands for. And I love how it empowers us to take time for ourselves and to really dig deep into what we're experiencing. Some of the other tips or reminders that I just want to quickly kind of share on this screen is, having a good balanced nutrition, exercising, and taking time for relaxation. We all know, lots and lots of benefits of that. For some care partners, it's hard for them to get out of the home and actually do maybe some physical exercise. So I just want to reiterate the importance of doing some relaxation at home, which is deep breathing. We know that just even a few moments of that deep belly breathing can make a huge difference in our stress at the moment, as well as being able to go online and Google guided imagery, which is all over. Some people have CDs or DVDs of that. You can pull that up on any electric device that you have and just Google guided imagery. That can also be an amazing way to just calm ourselves when we're feeling overwhelmed or stressed. And really, we just need a little quiet space to do that, whether it's in the home or go sit out in your car, or if you're in a place that has nicer weather than Minnesota, more months out of the year, go sit outside in a calming space for you. Some other reminders is journaling. And I know Maria touched on the gratitude journal, and I think that's a wonderful tool to have. Just being mindful of the things that you still have going on well in your life and the things that you're managing well can make a huge difference. Sometimes as caregivers, we get overwhelmed with the things we're not doing and the things that are left undone. And by journaling, it really reminds us of all the things that we have accomplished in a day or a week or a month, and an opportunity to look back on that journaling and really remind ourselves how resilient we are, which is an amazing tool and gift that we can give ourselves. Being able to say no or not now can also be a really important coping skill, especially when we have so much going on and we might not be able to get the outside help that we once had. It's important for caregivers to really determine, how do I go forward? I'm wearing a lot of hats, right? And there's a lot of unexpected things that come up. So being able to feel comfortable to say no or not now is also really an important coping skill. Being flexible and being able to go with the flow. I know it sounds easier than it is sometimes, but there's a lot we really don't have control over. And so when we're looking at what our day-to-day life is like, maybe being able to not be so rigid in our expectations of ourselves and the person whom we're caring for might just help alleviate some of that stress that we may be feeling. And the most important thing is there's really no perfect way to caregive. We all just do the best that we can with what we have in that moment. Okay, next slide. It's really important also when we are supporting someone else to live their best life that we take each situation uniquely. We know that those living with chronic conditions are going to need us for the long term. So we really have to plan ahead with our caregiving strategy so that we're not approaching this as a short-term solution, such as that acute situation. Anything that's for a week to 2 weeks to a month, we probably can go all in 100% right from the beginning, right? We can give it our all. We can put things aside that maybe we did for a while to tackle this other focus. But with chronic conditions, we really can't do that. It's important that we plan ahead and that we also are not afraid to ask or accept for help when it's needed. It's also important to be able to communicate our needs because they're probably going to change along the way. And if we're not comfortable speaking them out because we may feel guilty for how we're feeling or what we need, it's going to hold us back from being our best self. So it's important to communicate not only your needs, but your wishes and also your boundaries. Because we know that also with caregiving, man, we have to wear a lot of hats sometimes. And there may be some things that you're asked to do or need to do that you're not comfortable doing. So being comfortable to express where those boundaries need to lie so that you don't go into burnout for doing too much, too fast, and for too long. Some ideas that might help with this, and I had gotten some help with Dory and Chuck on this as well, but it's really understanding what medications are available and the side effects that you might need to watch out for along the way. Kind of knowing what might be coming is half the battle to helping someone live their best life. So we know we can't avoid all side effects or maybe we're not going to get all the information right at the beginning, but understanding why your partner is taking the medications that they are and what their purpose is and their longevity might make a big difference for those that are living with Parkinson's. Since I'm no expert, but I know medications can be short-term or long-term and really help with their mobility and other things of that nature. So knowing the medications can be really helpful. Also actively participating in brain activity types of games. I know Dory had mentioned this, and Dory, do you want to share at all or Chuck share at all about the brain activity of, I don't know of any sites or anything that for that, maybe you have something you want to add. You're on mute, Dory. It's still on mute.
Okay,
There we
now
go.
here we go. Chuck and I enjoy doing jigsaw puzzles together. And besides having it be a brain activity, the beauty of it is that we can each go at our own speed. So we don't need to depend on how well the other one is finding pieces or doing it. We can each do our own speed, but yet be together. And it is challenging our brain to find the different pieces. That's one of our favorite activities.
Great.
We all, of course, do puzzle books, Sudoku, and crossword puzzles. And Chuck and I like to play bridge. So that's a good brain activity also.
Wonderful. Is this something you guys have always done, those types of things, or just more in the recent times with COVID?
We have done it somewhat in the past, but much more recent now with COVID. And we have a great puzzle source. I know jigsaw puzzles are sometimes hard to find now because many people are doing them, but we have a great puzzle source whom we exchange with. So that's really great. We've been thankful for that.
Oh, good.
Chuck's brain activity is woodworking. You want to talk about that, Chuck?
Well, I have multiple hobbies, but woodworking is one of them. And I do art pieces and I do wood carving. And it keeps myself busy. And you have to be able to visualize it. So you have a lot of work. You use your brain quite a bit to see the 3-dimension. And I also did watercolor painting, fine watercolor painting, but of course I had to adjust to that. I can't do that anymore, but I can do contemporary ones where you just go.
Great.
But-
Sounds like you're going with the flow, Chuck. I love it.
Yeah, so you just have to be ready to adjust.
Yeah. But the key here is not to give up things that you really enjoy, right?
Right.
Is adapt. Find
Yeah,
new ways to do that type of activity so you're still finding joy. Absolutely. Great. Thank you. One of the other things for the group here is, Dory also mentioned, and I think this is beautiful, is, finding others that might need help, might need your help. So through volunteering. And I know that the face-to-face volunteering may be somewhat limited in some areas or some agencies, but like for the agency I work with our friendly visitor program, for those who aren't comfortable to do face-to-face, they do weekly phone check-ins. So still having that connection with the person whom you've made a relationship with. And, all of us love to know that we've been thought of, right? And not forgotten. So even if we can't see people like we used to, I think still just checking in with others, making sure they're doing okay, maybe talking about, what have you found good on TV or any new music, that you've been listening to now, or just new hobbies, I think can really help all of us brighten our day, especially if we're more isolated or alone and don't have a lot of people coming in, don't have family nearby or friends that you were keeping in touch with. I think finding a way to connect to others in our communities and around the world is an amazing way to help all of us get from getting too isolated, which we all know can lead to depression and other really serious health issues. Yeah. Dory, or Chuck, do you have any other comments on this page that you want to share?
Well, as far as keeping connected, we've been trying to do that, making phone calls to people whom we're not seeing now, including some people from our Parkinson's support group, trying to get connected with them and writing notes to people, having little pen pal kind of situations, and just being in touch with friends through our little balloon group of friends. We do try to see them.
Excellent. Good. Good. Well, thank you so much. Let's move on to the next screen. So on this one, really it's just, we know that while caregiving and helping someone else live their best life, we're going to feel a lot of things, right? We're going to experience a lot of different emotions, and that's really what this slide is just showing. these are really natural feelings that have been expressed to myself and in research from those who are helping someone else. The key here is to really, how are we dealing and expressing our emotions that really matter? Because we're probably going to feel all of these at some point in time. And in finding outside help, we know that that might be tough for some right now. And so if your options are limited, you might be feeling more of the frustration, anger, depression because of not being able to find the help that you once had. And instead of letting that eat at you or being taken out on your care partner, we want to find ways that you can manage these emotions for the long haul. So
I have some additional emotions
Yeah.
I'd like. I think proud can be a really important emotion. I think you can be really proud of how you and your partner are handling this situation together, to, put your shoulders back and puff out your chest and say, we're great about how we're doing this. And I think sad is one that we all feel. We're sad because we've had to give up some things that we used to do. And so we need to resolve that that's okay to give up those things and accept the new normal. And then I think scared is one too. We're kind of scared about the future. What's really going to happen? How are we going to handle when the situation changes? And I have a question. How do you express these emotions? I don't like to be a complainer to friends or this kind of thing. So how do you share those kinds of things?
Well, I think when we connect yourself with others who understand what you're experiencing, you're not going to feel judged, right? So if there are people in any kind of a support group that maybe you've been in or within your community that get it, because they too have had to help someone else at some point. I think sharing your feelings and emotions with someone who's never been a caregiver can be somewhat challenging and limited, because they might think that they're being helpful with their responses, but sometimes it can just come across as really being insensitive, and they didn't mean that way, but they really don't understand what you're experiencing and what you're feeling by having to change your future plans and by having to adjust what you did, around the home or within the community to have your connected relationship with you and your spouse or you and your family member. So I think finding other like-minded people who understand caregiving can be one way to reach out. Like we mentioned earlier, journaling all your feelings and emotions can be also a safe place to at least just get them off your mind and off your chest and onto paper, whether you show them to anyone or not. Some people find having, faith brings them hope that no matter what, they're going to make it. They're going to get through. Might not always be easy, but we all just can only do the best that we can every day. So recognizing that we're human and that we're going to have strengths and weaknesses, focusing on our strengths, I think, is another important way to cope with all the emotions that we feel.
And with this pandemic, we've had to kind of give up our Parkinson's support group. And that was a wonderful way to share your emotions or what you were dealing with. It was very, very supportive for us. And so we're really missing that a lot now.
Sure. Well, there may be other, groups that are meeting on Zoom that you could join, at least for the short time, to still just be able to have a safe place to talk and get the support that you need while also supporting others. Because I know when we give back to others, it can make us feel really good about ourselves, which then helps kind of combat some of those emotions that might be that we're struggling with.
Mm-hmm. That's very true.
Yeah. Well, great. Well, let's move on to the next slide, because this is some ways to deal with some of these emotions that we were just kind of talking about. It's really important that we don't let what's happening to us stop our life. It's just going to change our direction a little bit. Finding acceptance and believing that whatever comes our way, we can do it, we can handle it. It's important. Sometimes when I do caregiver coaching with folks, I encourage them to create a list of all the tasks that they do within that day or week. Then I ask them to categorize that by importance to determine where their energy really needs to be focused. Maybe putting a circle around the tasks that you still need to do and putting a D next to the ones that you can delegate if able, and cross off the ones that you can let go of for now. By considering the lists that you've created and then prioritizing them, it might help alleviate some of the extra stress or burden that we are feeling, even just for a short while. Because we know, like I mentioned before with COVID, some of those outside supports are put on hold. So maybe this just is something that we do during COVID. Some caregivers that I talk to, are doing 20 things in a day just to maintain. And then they wonder why they're not sleeping, or they're more stressed out or depressed or overeating, undereating. It's because they're doing too much. And acknowledging and accepting that, yeah, I am doing a lot, but it's important for me to keep doing certain things. And if I can delegate to someone else, maybe I will. I was talking to a caregiver not too long ago, and she says, well, what I really need, Holly, is that hands-on care. But I'm not able to find it through a home health agency right away. And I said, okay, well, let's create this list. And I said, for the moment, what if you could find a housekeeper to come in and do the housekeeping for a while, so you have enough energy to do the hands-on care that's needed? There's always ways to compromise and to be flexible when needed. If you're caregiving for someone and you have your own health limitations, we certainly can't ignore those. And so you might not be able to do the things that are really required. So it's really going to be important to know what resources are in your area. I do have kind of at the end some resources that I want to talk about for those that live in our area as well as live outside of the Rochester area. But this list really is just that you're seeing here on the screen is just some reminders, to have positive self-talk, build yourself up, not to tear yourself down. Journaling our accomplishments, whether even it's just one thing a day. Seeking professional support if needed. Remember to try again. Just because it didn't work the first time doesn't mean it'll never work. It's important that we don't give up on ourselves during this journey. As Chuck and Dory were talking about finding hobbies, and Maria was talking earlier too about different sites to continue or find hobbies that bring you joy, is really going to be important to offset some of the stress or burden that you may be feeling at times. And another huge part of coping is really grieving all that has changed or that you've lost. Grieving can be such a healthy component to being able to move forward. And having some faith or strength and ability to deal with the diagnosis is also helpful for some.
Mhm.
Okay, moving on to the next. Caregiver supports. I hear it all too often that caregivers will come in for a class or coaching and they'll say, everyone always asks me how my care partner is doing, but they don't really ask me how I'm doing. And sometimes we as caregivers may feel invisible. We know that some health issues are really prominent and take over our lives. I cared for my mom who had cancer, and I swore it drove everything in our family. We were constantly thinking about what the cancer was doing within her body in any given moment. And so we were constantly focused on, how is she feeling? How is she doing? What can she eat? What's her energy level? What can she do? How can I keep her spirits up? And so we tend to really focus on the person who's been diagnosed, which is really important, but we also don't want to feel invisible. So on the screen here, I have just some ideas. Going to a support group, whether it's disease specific or general, whether it's in person or on Zoom, can be super helpful. I know Elder Network, my organization, we're doing all of our caregiver support groups on Zoom 3-4 times a month. We're looking at now doing back in person, which I know is really exciting for not only myself, but also caregivers who don't have access online. Attending an educational workshop. Here, the powerful tools for caregivers can really be life-changing. This is a nationwide organization, evidence-based workshop. So no matter where you live, there might be agencies in your state who are offering it and you can participate. I have that website on a further page. So please check that out if you're looking for, just a way of another tool of how I can be the best me. Also, having respite or companion care in the home can also be an amazing way to support ourselves and our care partner. Sometimes I hear caregivers say, well, we're the only two that see each other all day and we're getting pretty sick of our own faces. So just having somebody come in, it just kind of helps brighten it up. We both have somebody new to focus on. We can, hear their stories and what they've been up to. And even though we haven't been able to leave the home, we can have someone else new to come and redirect our day. And that can just be an amazing way to shift not only our energy, but also our viewpoints on things and just how we're handling everything. For those who aren't ready for in-home supports, again, like the respite or companion care, participating maybe in some one-on-one coaching with a certified coach. They're really there to support you in your journey with where you're at and to focus on your needs. So whether it's just a safe place to talk and vent and get resources, or it's really to goal set and make changes in your life for the better, that person might just be a wealth of information for you. And the last side is, I know there are a gazillion websites for caregivers out there. And if you just Google support services for caregivers, you're going to find probably 1,000. And so each one's going to have a little bit of a different take. We know with caregiving, there's lots of different topics to focus on. So whether the issue is really lies within you of not accepting the change in your life, or it really is, I'm just really struggling on how to help my care partner deal with their health changes. Or maybe that your health partner isn't really open to letting you help. Maybe they're going through their own grieving process or denial, or just need to work it out on their own time. It's really important for us as the caregiver to respect that and to notice they're dealing with their own issues. And we don't want to downplay with what they're experiencing, even though they might not reach out for help like we do, or we might need to.
I think a great support for me is being able to have foods convenient that you could pick up at the grocery store, in the produce department, things that are ready to go. And I give myself permission to pick up these things, some bagged salads or fruit that's already cut, or these things in the deli, so that I don't need to always be concerned about preparing things. So I give myself permission to buy those things, and it makes the meals nutritional, Lori, and much easier.
That is a great reminder. Oh my gosh, Dory, I hadn't even thought about things like that, but absolutely. Looking at ways to just make life a little bit less stressful at times. And when you're feeling up to doing those big meals or big deep clean or whatever it may be, go for it. But when you're not, finding the convenience things to really help us live day to day is so important. That's great. Okay, well, I think we can move on to the last screen here. Really important that we're thriving, not just surviving along this journey, right? It's important that we remember to allow others to help, because it really shares the joy, shares the care, as the screen is saying. Caregiving was never meant to do with one person. And I always think back to that phrase of it takes a village to raise a child, right? and we're accepting of that. But as we age or as our health changes, sometimes it takes a village to also help us along other journeys of our aging process. So not being afraid to let others help if they're offering. Also looking for the blessings that may be hidden within the burdens that we're experiencing. I think of a caregiver that I worked with years ago, and her mom lived together for 15 years or so. And her joy for being her mom's care partner just oozed out of her every time I saw her. She would remind me of the blessing that she gets to be a part of her mom's life and to be there to hold her hand when she's sad or scared, and that they can reminisce and find songs that just lift them up and dance around the living room and make jokes about things when things don't go well. Just reminded me of the ability that we all have within us to find joy and to focus on it, and then to share it with others and let it ooze out of us as a way to combat some of the heaviness that comes with this. With that, next step is asking for what we need. Really just recognizing that we're not maybe going to have all the answers all the time. So being able to keep asking others, how are they doing it? What's out there? What should you be thinking about? I swear that the more we ask, the more people will have an answer that might work for us. And it's an amazing ability to not feel shy or guilty for needing to ask for help.
We feel
And
it's
taking
important.
care of your, oh, sorry, go ahead, Dory.
We feel it's important to change our expectations, and we feel like it's a real blessing to be sharing this together, have more time together, and to be working it through, whether it's the time to take the pills or exercising or the correct nutrition. It's just a blessing to be able to do it together.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. Thank you. Our mind can really talk us into or out of anything, right? And our mind is so powerful that it can also keep us in a joyful and happy and moving forward state of mind, as well as bringing us down, only looking at the challenges ahead or what we're not doing well. So I encourage all of you to move forward from today is to just keep focusing on the things that you are doing well and that you are accomplishing, even though the journey may be really bumpy. And knowing that you're not alone, even though at times you may feel that way. There are so many others that are experiencing similar things as you, who also may need to ask for help at times or to accept, this is just a really difficult time. And I don't want to be alone. This is the most important time that I'm not isolating myself, is when I'm feeling overwhelmed. This is when I do need to reach out and call a friend or go for a walk with a neighbor, or, find a website that's helpful or a Zoom meeting that is going on, just so that you can feel like you're a part of something bigger, can sometimes help us as well.
Over time.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who has tuned in to this half hour with us. And I do hope that the information that's been shared is helpful to help you keep going forward and living your best life. And yeah, I'll be back on for questions and answers if you need me to.
That's great. Thanks, Holly. And yeah, we're just a couple minutes over. I know Rio understand. As a segue to that, Chuck and Dory, I have a question for you before you turn the screen off. Or a couple of things. One, I know some of the individuals from across the country that are participating, one of the things they might be looking for is a support group in their area. And maybe just, super quick, just to talk about how the Rochester Parkinson's disease support group got started, because it is quite successful. I know sometimes we're invited to speak or we go and help with exercises before. And you can have a room full of sometimes 35, 40, maybe even more people, both caregivers and the individuals with Parkinson's disease. So can you speak to that real quick?
We don't know how it began, but right now we have a committee of people that are the guiding forces of it. Each of us has specific responsibilities. We meet monthly and have a program each month. And people bring snacks. So we have a little bit of a social time over the snacks and coffee and water. And we learn things from it, and plus sharing our experiences.
Yeah, so you invite speakers from, experts from the area. You work with the Minnesota Parkinson's Foundation, as well as the American Parkinson's Disease Association, Minnesota. And so it's both supportive and very educational, I find.
Right. We've had medical speakers and nutrition. Lori was a speaker for us. You have been. And we also each year try to have a motivational speaker as well.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. And then, so thank you, Holly, so much. That was so, you speak with such caregiving yourself. And so it was really great to have you join us. Thank you. And Chuck and Dory, as a segue into Rio's talk, just one more thing for you to help me with that segue. You yourself participate in Parkinson's exercise groups, both here at ExercisAbilities and at our local senior center, and Power. And I've always been so impressed that you guys do it together. And not everybody chooses to do it that way. But why do you come together? Why do you choose to also participate, Dory?
We support each other. We
support each other, and it's a benefit to me as well. So we like to be together.
Yeah, so anybody can benefit from a Parkinson's disease specific exercise program. And I think that's something that not all caregivers, spouses, realize maybe. And so, yeah, I think you guys are a billboard for showing that you support each other, come together, and then you get physical activity benefits as well, which helps you be a better caregiver. So
right.
a care partner.
Benefit for both of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our motivation is to keep moving, keep doing, be positive, and be flexible.
That's right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for participating today. So a segue into Dr. Rio Bentley's talk today about the benefits of exercise and participation in exercise. Dr. Rio graduated from the Mayo Clinic School of Health Sciences in 2017 with her doctorate in physical therapy. Prior to this, she attended California State University, Fresno, and earned a Bachelor of Science degree in kinesiology, exercise science. Dr. Rio has focused her treatment specialty on working with adults in neurologic recovery. She grew up here in Rochester, enjoys her family farm and her horses in her free time, and also spending time with her dog and her husband. And so between Rio and Maria, you guys will have the next hour. So we went a little bit over on this last one, but be kind. And for those attendees that are with us, thank you. With this format, feel free to grab your lunch and continue to watch. We thank you for continuing on. At the end of this next hour with PT and OT talking, we will have some time for some questions. So go ahead and be putting some overall questions in the Q&A box. Thank you. Go ahead, Rio.
Thanks, Melanie. Hi there, guys. Yes, as Melanie alluded, I'm a doctor of physical therapy, and I specialize in working with patients with Parkinson's disease and other neurological conditions. And so I got tasked with talking with you guys just about general exercise with Parkinson's. And I think it's a great segue. Dr. Tipton also got to start off today with talking a lot heavy on the evidence behind what happens with exercise in Parkinson's disease. And so I'm kind of going to piggyback off of that today, and we're going to talk through some more evidence-based things in the general terms, go through some definitions with exercise, talk about all of the different types of exercise that are out there, and use those different types and themes that we can see to hopefully help you choose something that's more specialized and that can fit into your lifestyle. And then, as we also talked about, today is kind of a big series. So today, using this as a big platform to build the framework for future sessions. Now that we understand what's going on with exercise, hoping that in the future seminars that we have, that this will be more of an interactive session, hoping that we get Zach, who's also heavily involved in exercise with Parkinson's, going, and he wants to get you guys up and moving in those future sessions. So I get to give the kind of the background today, and then in upcoming seminars, he'll kind of want to get you moving. So we can go to the next slide, Annie. Okay. So first, let's talk about general exercise. Okay, so I'm talking about exercise for the general population, those who don't have Parkinson's disease, who are just hearing about it and knowing that, yes, everyone tells me that I should do that. Okay, we also hear you should exercise, it's good for you. But what's actually happening when we hear about that? Okay, the definition of exercise is activity that requires physical effort that's carried out to sustain or improve your health and fitness. Okay, we think about exercise often with our heart. We know it helps with heart disease. We know that our heart gets pumping when we're exercising. We think about our muscles because as we exercise, we know that there's physical change that occurs in our body. We can see the difference when we're exercising consistently. And then we also think about our lungs because we know that when we're exercising, our breathing changes. We have that shortness of breath that happens when we're truly trying to exert ourselves and move quickly. But there's another very big and crucial part of our body, probably the most important part of our body that actually has a big role in exercise, and that's our brain. Move on, Annie. Okay, so the big guy here, okay, the brain is our most complex part of the human body. It's a 3-pound organ, okay, and it's the center of our intelligence, our interpreter of our senses, initiator of all body movement and control of our behavior. So when we exercise, we don't just improve our muscles, heart, and lungs, but our brain as well. And it becomes even more important with those of you who have that PD diagnosis. Next slide, Annie. Thank you. Okay, so it's well known that Parkinson's disease has a big effect on how we move. One of the big ways it affects movement is by making you move overall slower. Okay, we call that bradykinesia. It can happen slowly over time, which makes it difficult to identify. So if you start slowly moving over time, then it's harder for us to know those little subtle changes, but it can happen in multiple ways. So it reduces those autonomic movements, such as blinking, swinging your arms, okay? It decreases the initiation of movement, like getting up out of a chair. It makes us generally slower, again, that bradykinesia, but it also can cause that stiffness or a decrease in the facial expression that previous speakers have alluded to. Okay, so that can overall then start affecting our day-to-day function. So suddenly buttoning a shirt becomes difficult, brushing your teeth is hard. It can be frustrating because it's very unpredictable. In one movement you can move well, and then the next movement it's difficult. So because we know that Parkinson's can cause that slowness of movement, we combat this with exercise, okay, or intentional movement. But how do we know which type of movement is good? Okay, so this is where this big pendulum picture comes into effect. If our baseline level of movement, because we know it's slow, is all the way over on the left, okay, then we know that we need to exercise at a higher intensity or well beyond our baseline, so that one all the way to the right, in hopes that by exercising that intensity, we slowly bring our pendulum closer to the middle, okay, so that we're truly causing that effect on your baseline level of movement. And so that's why with exercise, we tend to really push intensity in hopes of changing that baseline level of movement from slow to more normalized. Okay, go ahead and move on to Annie. Okay, so we know from previous presentations by Dr. Tipton that there's changes at the brain level. So what's actually going on? And again, this is more of a summary. I'm not going to go into anatomical detail like Dr. Tipton did. But basically there's changes in this neurochemical transmitter dopamine, and we know that much of it is lost and that it takes time after that loss for us to actually experience symptoms. And studies have shown us that it's actually 40 to 60% of those transmitters are already lost by the time you show any symptoms. Okay. But our brain is continually changing and adapting over time, and that's why it can take so long for us to see those symptoms actually appear, okay? And the ability of our brain to change over time is that neuroplasticity that Dr. Tipton did touch on earlier, and that's going to be a big component of why exercise can be so important for us. Go ahead and move on there. Thank you. So what happens when we exercise? Okay, so again, it allows us to use that dopamine that we do still have more efficiently. As Dr. Tippin touched on, we don't change the actual amount of the transmitter necessarily, but we can use it better and more efficiently. Some studies have also shown us that by exercising, it changes some of the way our brain can protect itself from further damage, so it becomes more neuroprotective. Okay, and lastly, it promotes the brain to continue to want to change and adapt. So that neuroplasticity, which we defined earlier as the body's ability to adapt based on need. Okay, go ahead and move on. So this is one of those big studies that I'm sure Dr. Tipton will get to talk about a lot next time. But the National Parkinson's Foundation does a really great job of researching. And one of the biggest studies that they've done is called the Parkinson's Outcome Project. It started in 2009, and it's the largest ever clinical study of those with Parkinson's disease. It had more than 13,000 participants in 5 different countries. Okay, what makes this project truly innovative is that it studies everyone with the disease, from the newly diagnosed to people who've had it for over 20 years. It provides us with comprehensive view of the disease and overall its impact on people's lives. And one of the biggest outcomes that come out of this that I love is that it showed that people with Parkinson's who start exercising earlier in the disease process and for a minimum of 2.5 hours per week showed that it is slowing their decline and quality of life compared to those who started later. So early is better when it comes to exercise with Parkinson's disease. And if we break down that 2.5 hours per week, what that comes down to is 30 minutes, 5 times a day, okay? So this is just saying, even if it's going out for a brisk walk with loved ones, that 30 minutes, 5 times a day, which is actually the recommendation from the American Heart Association as well for exercise, it can truly improve those quality of life measures with those with Parkinson's disease. Go ahead.
Clarification, Rio, as you wrote on that slide, you said 30 minutes 5 times a day. Did you mean
sorry,
a week?
per week.
Okay.
Thank you, Melanie. Yes, per week. I'm not going crazy. Okay, so this slide is going to talk through a lot of the common types of exercise for those with Parkinson's disease. So there's a ton of groups out there that are dedicated and focused on helping those who have the diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. And as Chuck and Doherty kind of awesomely alluded to earlier, it can benefit anyone, which is what's really great. And there's a huge variety of those classes out there. So I kind of wanted to talk you through a little bit of the benefit and the goals of each of those types of classes so that you get a better understanding of which one you may like, okay? So first, PWR moves or power moves is the one that we often call it, okay? They define themselves as moves or power moves that take basic core movement concepts and uses them to integrate into group fitness environments, okay? So they're gonna talk through some of those large posture type movements. They'll go through, and hopefully in future sessions we'll take you through some of those core moves, and then they use those to then make those movements more functional and slowly challenge you over time. And then the LSVT big program is another big program that has a lot of evidence behind it that also works on movements with a focus on vocal integration as well, so that each movement is big and loud. So they also are trying to really overdo motion, but they also have a big voice component to it, so that while you're exercising, you're also challenging your vocal cords, as that can also be a big impact of those with Parkinson's disease. Okay, and then rock steady boxing. Okay, so if we think about a typical boxing class, it's very intense. We're using the upper body, we're using the lower body. So what they're doing is they're taking those types of basic core movements, breaking them down and using them to work on your breathing, your posture, and making it really fun in a boxing type environment. But those types of movements are actually quite functional, and we can use them in day-to-day lives. And then to combine other just normal group fitness classes that may not be specifically with Parkinson's in the name that are still quite beneficial. So Tai Chi, dance, yoga, those types of group fitness, Zumba sometimes they also have, okay, is that all of these group fitness classes are going to have a lot of different components in them that are still quite challenging and great for people with Parkinson's. And why that is because it's full body motion. It's awareness of breathing and control. It incorporates balance and strength. Okay. And so all of those can still be great for those with Parkinson's disease, especially if that's something that you enjoy. Nordic walking and poles, big push for this in those who have Parkinson's disease, and there's often big groups that will go together depending on your environment when it's not winter in Minnesota. But why that's great is that those Nordic poles sit here nice and up, and so that can really help open up posture while you're walking. It gives you those really big arm movements and swings. Also can help with that way your feet are moving to decrease that shuffling that happens. And if you're doing it outside, you often also get that uneven foot placement on ground that's not even, so that it challenges your balance as well. So lots of great benefit from that. And the poles tend to keep you a little bit safer if you have a fall risk. So lots of great benefits from that as well. Other things that have been great, cycling for similar reasons, balance, continuous leg motion, really great cardiovascular benefit. So as you can tell, the types are limitless, and there's probably so many more that I didn't even just talk about. But what's important is finding something in your area as well. And so the other side of this PowerPoint kind of goes through a link checkbox of how you can maybe find out what's available in your area. I know we have a lot of people from across the country today. So if you actually go to the Parkinson's Foundation website, and then you click on Living with Parkinson's, and then in your area, it'll bring up an actual search tab that takes you through. You can type in your zip code and local resources for who may offer group fitness classes specific to Parkinson's disease. Even those support groups that we talked about earlier, this is a good way to find those. And then if you don't find any that immediately come up, because actually a few of those have been taken down, I've noticed, since COVID, because a lot of them are currently on hold. Starting off with the YMCAs or local large recreation facilities, they tend to have the best resources in their local community to tell you, maybe we don't, but here's who does. And so those are a few options for you if you're searching out classes like this in your community. And I will say that even with COVID, a lot of these classes, if they're not going on in person, they are going on in Zoom over things like this. So they're still happening. It's just finding them where you can. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Annie. Okay, so we've given you a huge list of the types of exercises that are available. And here's some themes that these exercises or groups all have that are important for those with Parkinson's disease. Okay, the first is posture. I have the picture here of someone that has a typical presentation of posture who is diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, that forward shoulder, shoulders forward, head, posture where your base of support is actually moved forward over your toes. And then a comparison of where we would want your overall balanced posture to look like. And so that's important for a number of things. Your breathing, your balance, it's endless. But we want those exercises to focus, at least in part, on your posture. Okay. And then strength, we really want them to continually be challenging you throughout your whole body to make you more functional in your day-to-day tasks. Coordination, or the ability to move your body in different ways, smoother and efficiently together. So multitasking, things like that. And then intensity. So lots of studies done. Again, that pendulum effect that we talked about earlier, that you want to go beyond your current baseline level to challenge yourself. The more you do, the better you benefit. So higher intensity is a better thing when we're talking about Parkinson's disease. Okay. And then balance. I think the students and Lisa did a really good job talking through fall prevention and how that can affect those with Parkinson's disease. But we want to continually be challenging your balance, and these group fitness classes or individual fitness can really help that happen. Okay, and then flexibility. So rigidity is one of the key components that patients with Parkinson's disease face. you continually tend to get a little bit stiffer and stiffer with this disease. So having an exercise component that focuses on that flexibility is really going to continue to benefit you throughout the disease. Okay, and then endurance. So working hard for a prolonged period of time, we mentioned that 30 minutes, 5 days a week earlier, and we really want that to become easier and easier for you over time. So in the endurance saying that maybe initially you get tired after 10 minutes of activity, well, we want you to slowly adapt over and over time so that eventually that 30 minutes doesn't seem as challenging as it did before. And that will help you in your day-to-day activities. Go ahead, Annie. So why does all the exercise matter? Okay, this is just one of those adult studies that I'll touch on that I'm sure Dr. Tipton will go into detail about. But one of the human studies that they did do, they took scientists have studied those with other neurological conditions such as stroke and TBI, okay, and they looked at features that drive that neuroplasticity, so intensity, how hard we're working is a big one, and specificity. So if you want to improve walking, then you do walking in your study. Okay, so they took those who had a high intensity exercise group, and they were doing 3 days a week of an hour on the treadmill versus a low intensity group who did balance and strength exercises, so still exercises. But after 24 sessions, those in the high intensity group walked faster, ran faster, took longer strides, had better posture, and had better arm swings. They also noted benefit in balance and gait mechanics. So again, that really speaks to the fact that high intensity has a great effect on that neuroplasticity and improvement in functional movement. Next slide, Annie. So that's a lot of information in a shorter period of time about all of the different types and benefits of exercise. And I think through all of these presentations, hopefully you figured out that it's really, really important for you and your diagnosis. But the biggest factor I've found with working with clients over time is finding something that works for them individually. You have to be self-motivated and driven to do the activity. And that means it's something that you find joy in each day, because it's going to be something you do consistently. Exercise is it's for life. It's not for now. And so anything you can do is always better than doing nothing at all. It may mean that you need to start small and slowly build up on this journey. And now is better than later. Once you get started, staying consistent will give you the best outcomes. And overall, the biggest thing to me is the best exercise for you is the one that you enjoy doing, because you'll stay committed to it, you'll enjoy it, and you'll look forward to wanting to do it each and every day. And you'll likely see the benefit of it and the change in your movement and quality of life after you start doing it. Okay? Go ahead and move on, Annie. And this, I just wanted to give you a quick overview, and I think they touched on it as well in fall prevention. But physical therapy wise, how can we be involved in this role for you? Falls is a big one. If you're having falls at all or repeated falls, please seek out the help of a physical therapist. But also if you're newly diagnosed or been diagnosed for a while and you're like, man, I'm exercising, but I'm not exactly sure which ones would be more beneficial for me or where I'm struggling. That's definitely our specialty, to see you, individualize a plan for you, and see where you may benefit the most. We can help you stay safe as you choose better activities based on where you're at right now. We can help you with seeking out some of those posture things. If you're having any pain due to diagnosis, due to maybe the way you're moving, we can definitely help you with that. And maybe you have other comorbidities or diagnoses that are affecting you with your Parkinson's, please seek out your physical therapist. With overall our goal being, how can we help you return to doing this day-to-day exercise without it impeding or being unsafe for you? All right, and then next slide, Annie. So again, a lot of information, but I'll just kind of leave you with one big message from the presentation. And that is that intense exercise helps people with Parkinson's walk and move better. It's important for health and wellness of everyone, but it becomes especially important for those with PD. So time to get started now. Go ahead, Ellen.
Great, thank you, Rio. Yeah, that was great. And we just had a couple of questions that have come
Yeah.
up throughout the morning that I think you addressed fairly well. Again, you mentioned Nordic walking and pole walking, and that is indeed something that can help. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about the reciprocal gait pattern and maybe how they could just do that in their own area?
Yeah, sure. So with the Nordic walking, essentially what's happening is that when we walk in reciprocal, so opposite arm, opposite leg. And when we have Parkinson's, what we tend to see is more of a shuffling gait pattern, and the arms kind of stop moving automatically for you. And so a great way to work on restoring that natural reciprocal movement is by walking with those gait poles, because it automatically helps you move like that. And so even if you're going out on a normal walk, walking with the poles can actually help you walk faster and more efficiently and help restore that normal gait mechanic.
So they actually have a purpose besides helping you stay up,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yes.
sometimes people ask us that, right? Like I only
Yeah,
use
they
them
do.
because I need them for balance, but they have a bigger purpose.
Yeah, it's bigger picture.
And then somebody was asking about rock steady boxing. And again, I think I can speak to that as well, that rock steady is very good. It's out of Indianapolis, Indiana as an origin, and a boxing organization just had some individuals with Parkinson's disease join their boxing group, and they saw them get better. And so that's kind of the origin of rock steady boxing. And since then, any gyms anywhere can send people to get trained in rock steady and can have that in their gym as an offering. So call around, look on their website, and you might be able to find a class near you, as well as power and the big and loud that she spoke to. Those all, if you do a Google search or you call up your local rehab center, more with the power, they're not in every community gym, like she said. But if you call around, somebody might know which gym is offering those. Typically, they're ones with a more medical focus.
Yes.
And so then, Allison, this is one, I think Holly's still on, and Maria, a good segue back into Maria. Allison asked a question about caregivers' participation in therapy sessions as well as in exercise programs, the importance of that. However, the respect that a lot of times caregivers use that time as respite, and that they want just to nap in the car. They want to run to the grocery store. And so how do you, and again, I'm looking for anyone to chime in on this as a good segue into Maria's talk as well. How do we respect the caregivers that they need that time? However, encourage them that it's so important for the caregiver to be involved in supports, and even Chuck and Dory, anyone that wanna chime in on that. Maria, unmuted, so go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, my only initial thought and just one strategy is, I think you're right. I've seen, and I think Rio would attest as well, that oftentimes if we can have that caregiver there, whether it's for those initial PT/OT sessions or just for exercise, right? Oftentimes we'll see some better results. So I was just thinking that if you can just acknowledge knowing that that caregiver is probably clearly maybe just feeling overwhelmed, or just dedicating that time as their self-care to go to get groceries, to take that nap. And I think if you can just acknowledge where they're at, explain the benefits though of them being there, at least for these first initial sessions, something to get that buy-in so they can see how it really can help the person with Parkinson's disease if they're there. But then also providing some resources. So I think if anybody, we keep handouts for Elder Network and other caregiver support resources on site at ExercisAbilities. And oftentimes it's just acknowledging, I know that this is really hard for you. We'd love to have you here, but here are some resources, because we see that caregiver time is so important, and just trying to offer them a different outlet to still get that protected caregiver needed time.
Great. Does anybody else have anything to chime into before we segue back to Maria on that topic? Those that are on the attendees that are caregivers, which is a lot, I believe. Yeah, I think it's for us on the rehab side, the communication, open communication of where you're at, and knowing that we're teaching so many things that with your involvement will have more success and carryover. And so, like Maria said, and Holly can encourage from the caregiver support training, finding a balance between helping you with other avenues of maybe getting that respite is important. So great. So Maria, again, we've already introduced Maria. She is going to speak on homing community safety. And this is our last panel session. So hang on, she's got some great information. And at the end, we're going to wrap up with some things that you'll want to stay tuned into. So, and then we'll be finishing this at 1:15 on time, hopefully. So Maria, go ahead.
Sounds good. Hi, everybody. For those of you who have been with us since 9 this morning, thank you for hanging on. I know that you guys have gotten a lot of great content. And for this home safety presentation, a big piece that I want to relay to you is that know that this is just a general overview. We're going to go into some different avenues on ways to modify the home environment. So we're really looking at the environmental factors for the person living with Parkinson's disease and their support team, and what are some ways that we can help with that. Know that this is going to be a broad overview, and it's kind of my bag of tricks. It's not meant to be overwhelming. So I really want to make sure that really, whether it's with this home safety content or with all of the content that you've gotten so far today, just pick and choose what works best for you right now. We understand that health is such a comprehensive, holistic topic, and it can start to feel overwhelming, like where do I begin? But one way to approach that, and then even before we dive into this presentation, is just figuring out what are my main safety concerns, my main issues now, and how can I address one or two pieces. So what are one or two pieces that you might take away from this presentation? Write those down and just start there. So we'll move on to the next slide. So again, from the Parkinson's Foundation website, we know that creating a safer home environment can lower the risk of Parkinson's disease related falls and injury. And that's one of all of our goals, is helping that person stay within either their community living home, or even if it is more of a residential care type home, how can we keep them safe? How can we keep them at home? And especially during these COVID times, try to keep them out of the hospital. So setting up a safer home environment can be a huge piece of that. And then for the next slide. So some general home safety recommendations, and just know that as one of the resources that will be coming to participants are some home safety checklists. So those checklists can be really helpful, but we pulled some of the important tips from there. Grab bars and railings can be one really helpful tool and can be strategically placed. Oftentimes we think of grab bars and railings, whether that be on near stairwells or in the bathrooms, but they're a great, reliable place to just set a hand down for that balance and safety. But we also know that grab bars are a little more reliable than, say, those suction cup bars that we sometimes can find at our local Walmarts or other stores like that. I tend to not rely on those as much. They can sometimes be a spot to put your hand on, but with that suction style, if any weight really goes through them, if the person's reaching out because they're losing their balance, we know that those can come right off the wall. So I do recommend looking into sturdy grab bars. Oftentimes you might have to go to your local Home Depot and ask about, safe installation, and they might even have a team that comes out to your home, or you might have a friend or family member who can help you with that. Another huge component is keeping the floors clutter-free. So again, I know people have heard this time and time again, but removing those throw rugs or using non-skid rugs. So if you are gonna use some kind of throw rug, oftentimes having some that are low profile and that also have that non-skid piece on the bottom of those mats. Otherwise, if you can, get rid of any rugs as they make for an extra tripping hazard. And then lastly, trying to keep your home well lit. So oftentimes if we can't see, and if our vision's getting compromised, or if it's just dark out, especially in winter here, it gets dark pretty early. We really want to keep well lit spaces in our home, but especially paying attention to the hallways to the bathroom and other narrow spaces like a closet. So in the next slide here, I'll go into a little bit more about some lighting options. One common example that we can all easily pick up is just having some more additional night lights and placing them strategically throughout the home, whether that's having one right in the bedroom to add some light for those middle of the night bathroom trips, keeping a night light in the hallway, and also having one in the bathroom. So that way you don't have to always maybe turn on the entire bathroom light in the middle of the night, but you still have something guiding your path for safety. There's also push lights. So I really like these lights because they can be a simple, whether it's a push or a touch light or lamp next to your nightstand. They can be really a helpful, easy way to turn a light on without having to fumble for a cord on a lamp, or without having to walk all the way across the room to turn on a light switch. Having these small little push lights can be a great option next to your bed, in a closet, a hallway, or a bathroom as well. Next, we're going to talk about electronics. So these are some other tools, electronic-based tools that can be helpful. They actually make some remote controls that you can use to turn lights, fans on and off. I know, for example, we have it's a special plug-in that our fan plugs into, and then we're able to use a remote control to turn that fan on or off. And again, any way to make things easier, less trips out of the bed if we have to. So when we have a remote control that can possibly control a light or the temperature, there's new technology coming out with, perhaps if you have a Nest thermostat, I can control the temperature of my house right from my phone. And again, some of these features just might help with decreasing having to get out of bed in the middle of the night or when it's darker. So that can be one avenue. We also know that cordless phones in the home can be helpful because they're able to come off of the receiver. They're able to sit next to us in the living room. They decrease the hazard of tripping over a corded phone. And just make sure when you are looking for a cordless phone, finding one with large buttons and an easy to read display. So those would be two helpful features. And even when you're thinking about, for those of you, if you use a smartphone as well, oftentimes smartphones have accessibility features built into the settings so that you can try to make the display larger, make the text larger, and different things like that. So again, a family member, or as you just navigate within your phone, you can also find some of those accessibility features. For this next part, we're going to go into the bathroom. And so the bathroom, as we know, can be potentially one of the higher risk places for falls. And we're going to talk about some environmental modifications to try to make that bathroom a little bit safer. We know that using some kind of shower chair or shower bench can be really helpful, whether you actually have to sit down for the duration of your shower, or it's just a spot where you can sit down and rest, or it's a space where if you do feel like you're losing your balance, you have a chair right behind you. I understand, I know not all bathrooms, shower stalls have enough space for a shower chair, but they do come in a lot of different shapes and sizes. So if there is something that works for your tub or shower, and the bench is a nice feature. The bench is a shower chair, shower bench that actually part of it sits inside the tub and part of it sits outside of a tub. That way the person doesn't actually have to step in from a standing position. They can actually just sit down on one end of the bench from the outside and then swing their legs in and slide in. So that can be an easy feature versus installing like a walk-in shower or something. Grab bars in the bathroom are extremely important, not only just in the shower, but even grab bars close to the toilet. And the next slide will go into some different placement options. But again, I'm all over the grab bars. I think they can be really helpful. Non-skid rugs in the bathroom. Again, I know a lot of people will step out onto a towel. You know, I know I've done that too, but the towel we know can slide, especially on most bathroom floors. So if you are going to be stepping out onto something, again, if it can be low profile, but also making sure that it's non-skid. And then we know that an elevated toilet seat can be helpful. If you are of normal stature, you know, anything above like 5'4", 5'5", it can be helpful to have that additional height on a toilet seat to make it easier to get on and off the toilet. On the next slide, it just gives you some options for placement of grab bars. And for this piece, I have some photos here to give you an example of all the options that there are for grab bars. There are definitely no one size fits all. And this could potentially be an area where you perhaps ask your local physical therapy or occupational therapy clinic to come out for a home safety assessment. Because if you have any questions about where should I put these grab bars, they oftentimes can be of help with that. And so one option here in the shower stall, I do think that it helps having something kind of going up and down vertically in the shower to hold on to as you're possibly getting in and out, and then something along that horizontal wall of the tub to reach towards or possibly to push up off of when you're getting out of a shower or a tub. And then there's also just some different options of grab bars that can be placed near a toilet as well. Okay. Some other like fun little bathroom features that can be helpful with making, showering easier, accessibility a little bit easier, and also improve our safety would be a handheld shower head. These are typically easy attachments that you can attach to your regular wall-mounted shower head, or you can just simply replace it. And this allows a person with Parkinson's a little more freedom and independence. They can still do the shower from a sitting position and just holding on to that handheld shower head. Or if a caregiver is helping them, again, the caregiver or support person could be using the handheld shower head to help with bathing without they themselves hopefully getting wet. There's also some other features out there like soap pumps. So again, instead of having to fumble with the soap and where am I going for that, you can actually install a soap pump that might have your shampoo, your conditioner, your body wash right onto the wall to make it easier to access. And there's also soap on a rope. If you've heard of that, it's something that you can make. And so if you like using your bar soap, trying to add some kind of rope feature on there so that you can still wash yourself with the soap, but then also have it kind of hooked on almost like a ponytail, but to your wrist so that you don't have to worry about the soap falling and then trying to bend over and reach it. You could also consider installation of touchless faucets, as well as for the bathroom, consider a bedside commode. Sometimes people will use a bedside commode to either go over their toilet and act like a raised toilet seat. However, for clients who just don't feel like it's maybe the safest to get to the bathroom in the middle of the night, sometimes people will place a bedside commode wherever they're near their sleeping so that they can just get up and possibly step to go to the bathroom in a commode. I know it's not ideal, but from a safety standpoint, I would much rather people use that option if it's a little bit safer than a late night trip to the bathroom. On the next slide here, I wanted to briefly touch upon some other areas of technology that can help increase accessibility and maybe even just that comfort in your home. I wanted to provide a list of some different options that are out there. Certainly Google and Amazon are some of the big competitors to make for most of you, if you've heard of like an Amazon Echo. It's something that you can actually speak to the speaker and you can ask it, what's the weather like today? Can you turn my light on in the bathroom? Can you play music? You can connect it to different things. And if for those of you if technology is a little bit scary, again, you might ask a loved one, a family member, someone to come out and help research this with you. And this isn't going to be an option for everybody, but for some people, it can actually improve just that feeling of connectedness, because you can also ask Alexa, tell me a joke. Alexa, can you, tell me some trivia? So there's actually a lot of different fun features you can build into this. But from a safety standpoint, you can also have the Amazon tell you the weather. You can connect it to your phone. You can connect it to other perhaps different smart appliances in your home as well. So I wanted to have this slide in here as a possible option for someone who might find these options helpful. We'll go to the next slide. For those of you that have an iPhone or an iPad, so unfortunately this is only for iPhone and iPad users, but another perhaps technology tool that you might find helpful for if you're living with Parkinson's disease, or if you know of someone living with Parkinson's disease, there's a really interesting app called Beats Medical Parkinson's Treat. And it actually has some built-in features for working on hand dexterity, because we know that hand dexterity can become more difficult as the disease advances. And so there's some neat little hand dexterity exercises built into that app, as well as a speech training app. So I wanted to be sure to let you know that if you have an iPhone or an iPad, check out that app. It might be a potential option for you, especially if you don't live close to an occupational therapy clinic or a speech therapist. This might be one way for you to work on some of those skills from the comfort of your home. And then for this next slide, we're actually going to just try and identify what are some of the hazards that are in these couple photos and what are some ways that we could modify them to try to make them a little bit safer. So for this first one here, I believe it's a bedroom. So as we look at that bedroom, how can we identify like what's going on here and how could this be unsafe for someone living with Parkinson's or any kind of balance difficulties? For example, that nightstand is fairly cluttered, and I feel like there's a lot of nightstands that look like that. And it's not bad to have those nice decoration pieces, but it is missing some kind of lamp or lighting option on there, as well as having a phone or some way to contact someone in the event of an emergency. We also have that throw rug there and the shoes in the way, presenting a tripping hazard. And then that nice rocking chair there is also blocking a clear pathway to the door. So the next photo will just show what are some ways we can do to enhance that. Having a more clear, clutter-free nightstand with some of those important essential items like well-lit lighting, a lighting option, as well as a phone or a way to communicate with someone. Trying to tuck shoes, clothing items, and things out of your walk pathway, and making sure that any extra furniture is also clearing your walk pathway. We'll do one more of those. Oh yes, thank you. Yep, so that just goes through each of the features. This is a bathroom example. So looking at this one, what are some of the things that perhaps are missing or that we would want to change or add to make this bathroom scenario a little bit safer? So for example, one, there's no grab bars. There's no place where we can put our hands in the event of a fall. There are no night lights. It's hard to see a little bit in this photo, but there's no night light features that could possibly light someone's pathway. We have a bath mat there, which could potentially present a fall risk hazard, especially if our loved one uses a walker. And there is no other equipment that we see in that bathtub to help with safety. So some additions that we can do to help make that setup a little bit safer is by adding some strategic grab bars to help that person getting up from the toilet, have a grab bar close to the shower. So again, there's that balance hold spot as we step in and out. We've added a shower chair, something that the person could sit down on, and a handheld shower head to make that a little bit easier. As well as I would suggest when possible, when you're not using the shower, if you can remove or get rid of the mat and, maybe hang that over the edge of the tub so that it's not a tripping hazard for bathroom trips. But again, then you could always bring that bath mat out again for a shower. So this option is a little bit safer here in this photo. Okay, so for those of you who are participating, part of the resources that will be sent out is I should say that I created a lot of this content for this presentation with 2 students from the University of Minnesota OT program. So I'm super grateful for Tina and Kayla helping me with creating the content for this and some upcoming workshops. And they also made a really nice handout for talking about the benefits of a life alert or a medical alert button. So that handout is going to go into a little bit more detail for those of you who want to learn more about that. But I love the life alert option because they can be affordable, very practical because you can just wear them on either as a neck pendant, you can wear them on your wrist, and they help increase safety and independence. There's some different types of medical alert buttons. There's a home-based one, meaning it has like a home base is typically in your home as the receiver, versus there are mobile tracking systems, meaning you can still use your medical alert button even if you're not in your home. There's a monitored versus an unmonitored version, which means that some of them actually have a 24/7 real person monitoring your life alert button. They might be able to detect if you've had a fall or not. And if you hit that button, some of them are monitored, meaning you can talk to a real person if you need help. The others that are a little bit less expensive would be an unmonitored life alert button. Oftentimes when you hit those buttons, they will be set to call a predetermined number. So you can typically put 1 or 2 or 3 phone numbers in there. So it might call a loved one, a family member, your neighbor, and it'll just call one of those phones. And again, some of them have a built-in fall detection feature. So that's a brief overview, and I'll have a handout for those of you who are participating to go over a bit more of that in depth. And I will end this presentation to give you the titles for the upcoming presentations that the students have helped me with in our future Parkinson's workshops. We wanted to have a little bit of a different flavor for each one. And so in upcoming workshops, we want to discuss a little bit more about how to overcome the challenges in our everyday living activities. So that will go over adaptive equipment for eating, getting dressed, bathing. We'll talk a little bit more about tools for that. And then we'll also have a workshop talking about how to modify activities in areas you enjoy, such as cooking, getting back to leisure activities and hobbies, or work if you're still working. And we'll talk a little bit more about energy conservation and fatigue management as well. So we look forward to doing this again with you all. I really appreciate you staying on with us today.
Great, thank you so much, Maria. So at the moment, I don't have any specific questions for Maria that have come up. And so I think we'll move into our wrap up, and thank you for all the panelists that are still on. I am gonna have Annie, who has been behind the scenes today. We wanna, like, if we were here, we'd give her a big round of applause. So a big round of applause at home for Annie, who's been doing all of our technical work behind the scenes. She's our marketing specialist here at ExercisAbilities. I'm going to ask her to come on to talk about where all these resources will be found on our website, and just a little bit about what you're going to be receiving now at the end of the workshop. So Annie, can you bring up the website and guide people through that?
Sure. Hi, everybody. So right here, we have the main landing page for ExercisAbilities, and the website is exercisabilities.org. And when you go to that main landing page, you'll see down here, we have a little icon that says the Parkinson's Disease Patient and Supporter Workshops. Click on more. And right now we just have, this is today's workshop. Then we have the next 2 that are coming up, and it gives you directions and instructions on how to register for those. But this will be the place that you want to go when we get the PowerPoints uploaded, we get the Zoom webinar recording uploaded, and any of those resources that any of our contributors talked about today. Along with that, I will be sending out an email here shortly to all the attendees that will, again, direct you to this link for updates. And also, once this is live and we have all those pieces in place, I will email everyone too and let them know that that's there, and they can watch it from the comfort of their home or print out anything they need. And we'll also have bios for the participants today.
Great. And just as a reminder, we noticed this may have happened with some of the people that registered early. We encourage you to go ahead and register so you don't forget, and it becomes something that you don't think about in March. So go ahead and register. But with Zoom, remember to keep access to that link, that website, or that link to bring you to the webinar in March and in May, because you're going to register, you're going to get an email saying that you registered, and then you're going to maybe have a hard time finding that. So make sure that you don't delete it, that you put that in some kind of a calendar or something, write down the link, and then make sure you have access to that link. That's just a technical tips for you to remember. And we also want to, before we get into questions and answers, we want to give a definite shout out to the Parkinson's Foundation, the National Parkinson's Foundation. This workshop has been supported, as well as the series, has been supported by a community grant from the National Parkinson's Foundation. And we also received quite a bit of assistance from our local Minnesota chapter, Parkinson's Foundation. So Erin McKee there at the Minnesota Foundation. So thank you so much. This couldn't have happened without them. And if if COVID improves, let's hope we have a vaccine by March and that we are back to our normal life. We will plan to try to make this a hybrid version, because we truly think that having a in-person local interaction was our original goal. However, we feel very blessed that we were forced into this virtual format, because we have been able to connect with people from all over, and Florida, Georgia, Colorado, Illinois, and all over. So thank you. And then, yeah, just bring up that last slide. Just as a reminder, hopefully you see that we talked to you today from many areas of health and wellness. So taking your disease that either you or your loved one has been challenged with living, and really looking at it from a multifaceted approach, we call it. And so looking at the environment, looking at your social health, looking at your mental health, your emotional health, your nutrition, and that physical health, and trying each day to remember that just a piece from each of those each day is going to really help optimize your life living with Parkinson's disease. Question came up, and actually it's for Dr. Tipton, who I regret to say he had to tune out at 1 o'clock or about 12:45 and isn't available for this question and answer session. But if our panelists that are available want to turn on their videos, just so people can see them, we do have some attendees still on board for question and answers. So we have a question that said for Dr. Tipton, but I believe there's people that are available, physical therapists and students and OTs and caregiver support to answer a few of these questions. So with repetition, does a different part of the brain assist with the responsibility of walking or control of tremor? And Dory and Chuck, you posed this question, and so I'm reading into it and thinking they're wondering, is it just the midbrain? Is it just the hippocampus that he talked about that controls walking and tremor, or with practice, do other parts of the brain help out? So Rio or Lisa or...
Yeah, I can talk about it.
Okay.
That's fine. So I guess thinking again that's what you're asking, I guess, was a different part of the brain necessarily take over? And I would say not necessarily, but it's more so going back to that neuroplasticity, stating that we can form new connections and the brain can adapt based on those challenges that we're presenting it with. So that's why we can see improvements in tremor, in posture, in movement, because of that neuroplasticity in the brain. And that's going to be different for everyone based on experience, but it's not necessarily that it's moving locations. And hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, and there are other areas of the brain that help in the responsibility of walking and movement.
Yes.
And so, yes, and those other parts of the brain aren't usually impacted directly by the chemical responses in Parkinson's disease. So yes, yes and no is the answer. Great. And then let's come back to the question about caregivers, because there is a lot of caregivers in attendance today. And Holly, you didn't have a chance to speak, or Chuck and Dory, to speak about Allison's question about how we communicate respectfully to caregivers that we would like them to participate in different, say it's rehabilitation or physical therapy sessions, or coming to an exercise class to assist with carryover and reinforcement at home. And what would be the best way to address caregivers, knowing how stressed sometimes they are and overworked they are when they want to use that time instead for respite?
Dory, I'm going to let you go first if you have a thought on this, since you are kind of in that role. I don't know. Are they still there?
They are.
Okay, now I'm unmuted.
Okay.
I don't know that I have a great answer to that. I am not in the point where I feel like I can't leave Chuck. So I'm free to leave him and go to my bridge group or go to my whatever. So I'm not having that feeling that I need to use that time to do things on my own. So I guess I don't have a good answer for it.
Okay. Who's posing the question, Melanie?
Actually, it's Allison, and she's a physical therapist. So she's coming at it from the perspective of how do I ask the question? How do I impress the importance of wanting a caregiver to be at a specific session.
Yep. Okay. Well, this is loaded, kind of a question, because I think every caregiver is coming from their own level of, am I already doing everything I possibly can for this person? And so having that 1 hour or 45 minutes of respite really might be their only time away, So I think from a professional standpoint, I would just say that, this is only as good as it's being used, right? So if you give them a sheet of exercises, but it goes to the table and it just sits there and it's never used, it's great information, but there's no action behind it. And so I think just reinforcing with the caregivers that there's going to be some things that in order for their care partner to have the highest level of success, it does require more than just them doing the work. And, I think just flat out asking caregivers, are you willing to put in some time with your family member or your neighbor or whoever you're caring for to make sure that they do this at least once a day? And, from that feedback, then you're going to be able to engage whether it's going to be successful or not. And if they say, well, yeah, if I have to, you know what I mean? Like that kind of an answer, there's that hesitation. Then I think as the therapist, you just reiterate it again. Well, I know I can send you this home, but if it just sits on the table and no one's doing it, it's really not going to benefit them. And the ultimate goal is whatever that is. Is it for that person to have more mobility so that it's going to take off some of the pressure from the caregiver? Is it, I'm just thinking of someone that we work with and you guys work with, and the more the patient can do, the better it will be for the caregiver. So I guess reiterating that component of it too would be important to stress that I'm here to help you help your loved one gain more independence so that you can have more free time. You can be able to leave them safely if you need to down the road.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I realize that answer is pretty vague, and I'm not sure if it's going to work for everybody, but that's my thought.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's true. I think for those that are care partners that are participating in this workshop or might be watching it later, just knowing that we are here to help as far as therapists, physicians, support personnel. We're really here to support the whole unit and the individual living with Parkinson's disease, as well as their network around, and remembering that these things are only really the most successful when the entire team, understands and has buy-in, from the medical appointment to the exercise class. There really has to be that complete understanding and education, and so it's important to present together, at least, and not every single time, and not doesn't have to be every time, but to present together so that when you're sharing that information, that it's carryover is important. And so making time for that, it's one more thing, but it could be a really important thing to make time for, to make your life together better. Yeah. Dr. Tipton,
Melanie, can I just jump in? Because I just wanted to say, like I mentioned before, being able to look at your list of duties and really recognizing what may I have to let go of to put this as a priority. So maybe there's something that they feel they need to be doing. Well, does that take priority over helping your person gain independence?
Yeah, great.
It might be just take off the plate for a short period of time, not forever. But that can be hard for caregivers too, is when is it my time? When do I just get to do what I want to do for me? And that's so important. And that's part of the balance. And this exercise that you're mentioning is hoping to get them there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I see that Dr. Tipton joined back in, and there was a question that was specific to you. And Rio fielded it just great, but as long as you're on, I'll field this to you. That the question was, with repetition, does a different part of the brain assist with the responsibility of walking or control of the tremors? And that's exactly as it's written. Reading into it, we're thinking that they're saying that, the midbrain is kind of shot, right? For Parkinson's disease, if the hippocampus is not working because of movement disorder, is there something else that picks up the slack?
Oh man, that's an excellent question, and one that I think a lot of people are actually trying to study. But I would think about it this way. So Parkinson's disease is really one of initiation. So sort of turning the key in the ignition to get the motor program to become active. Okay, so in general, when I'm examining a patient with Parkinson's disease, let's say for the very first time, commonly my patients will say, I feel weak. But then when I test their strength, they're actually very strong. But if you think back to it, what we were talking about earlier, where if you're having a lot of rigidity, if your muscles are moving slowly, it can make you feel like you're weak. Your muscles aren't responding the way that you're used to them responding. But when it comes down to the actual strength piece, the muscles are strong. So considering if that's okay, then what about motor planning, motor programs? Is the issue there? And what we know from studies is that the motor programs are actually intact too. So it's really an issue of getting those motor programs to initiate, sort of like I said, turning over the key. So where that exactly lies seems to be within the basal ganglia, which is a larger area of the brain that includes the substantia nigra, which I mentioned earlier, which is where the dopamine producing neurons are located. So ways that we help to jumpstart that system is increasing the dopamine levels. And it's really just, I would think of it like supplementing. So the same way that a type 1 diabetic supplements with insulin because their insulin producing pancreatic cells are no longer doing their job, a patient with Parkinson's disease is supplementing with the levodopa to be converted into dopamine because the dopamine producing cells are no longer producing dopamine. So it's really just supplementing, but think of it like putting gas in the tank, whatever analogy you want to, but that's so that we're initiating the motor programs. Now, we've learned all sorts of interesting tips and tricks to try to help with some of the movement issues that patients with Parkinson's deal with, such as freezing of gait or gait freezing. And one of those things is using external cues. And so I'm sure many people on this call are familiar with things like the U-step, things to provide an external cue to allow breaking of the freeze. That in and of itself is almost proof, actually it is proof, that those motor programs are intact. It's just an issue with initiating it. So when you can provide an external stimulus, whether it's visual or auditory or even tactile in some cases, you can help turn the key yourself. So medication and then kind of getting clever in other ways of getting the ignition to turn over are good ways we can handle that. So it's a very complex issue, very interesting issue, and an awesome question.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you so much. I'm glad you tuned back in. I do not see any other questions from the attendees. We still have quite a few on board, but I think we'll wrap up. It's the end of our time. So again, I want to thank all the attendees and join us in March and tell your friends, tell your support group, send out the all the social media and join us on social media to track this. But I hope that you learned something about achieving a happy and healthy life with Parkinson's disease today. And we look forward to seeing you again in March. Thank you to all of our panelists. And it was awesome. It worked out so well. Very proud of it. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.